Good morning. We are here live with the third day of the 1 in 31 Connection Autism Summit 2026. So happy to be here. Thank you all who are joining us. We have amazing panels again to bring to you. And of course, some wonderful sponsors, as you can see behind us, who helped um, helped me be able to create all of the things to make this event possible. So I'm so grateful for all of that. Um, Joining this morning, I'm a little bit hazy, a little bit overwhelmed, to be honest. And I think later, a little bit later, I'll kind of talk about why that is. But just know that our family had a family emergency last night, and we were up till hours of the morning. But the most important part is that the connection, our community being together, and me being able to create a space where people feel heard and seen and valued is where my heart lies in all things. So I hope that you all enjoy the amazing panelists that I have for you today. And please don't mind me if you see me checking for messages for speakers or checking my emails. I'm completely paying attention. I'm just need to also stay as available as possible. But it is wonderful to be here again, and I'm excited to get started. So I noticed that my banner is flipped backwards. I don't know if anybody else noticed or cares or anything, but I'll probably change that setting in case you see me flip around. Not physically, just digitally. I will might do that. So anyways, I'm going to bring our panelists up for this morning, and once again, bear with me as I bring up all of today's information to be able to follow. But thank goodness I have amazing ladies to come up and get me started here. Hello.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi, Patty. It's so nice to see you.
It's always great to see you, Sarah.
Yeah, this is going to be a wonderful discussion, and I'm really looking forward to it. And Jennifer, it's so nice to see you as well.
It's great to be here. So honored.
Yeah, thank you so much. Um, I think that we will start by just simply and tell our other panelists have a chance to get here. Go ahead and introduce yourselves. Let us know a little bit about you. And we're having a little bit of an audio echo. So if we are muted and unmuted and having crazy times, it's Friday. Yay. We'll just call it Friday. Jennifer, tell us a little bit about yourself and get to know you a little bit better.
Sure. So my name is Jennifer Dantzler. I'm the executive director and founder of Inspire ND. We're in the Houston, Texas area. We've been around for about 23 years. I'm a board certified behavior analyst and licensed behavior analyst in the state of Texas. I started my nonprofit 23 years ago, providing early intervention services for young children on the spectrum. Grew that as the children grew up. They still needed a place to be. And so I kept adding ages and adding ages and adding ages. And over the past few years, we've shifted a little bit more. I've helped those clients get in the necessary next steps. And what we focus on now is more community education and engagement. When I started in the field, autism rates were a whole lot higher, like 1 in 10,000 kind rates. And so, at the time it was work with the people with autism to help them be included in the community. I think where I've shifted and the world has shifted is how can we help the community be more inclusive? And so that's really what the focus of our nonprofit is at this point.
Oh, I love that so much. And thank you. Thank you for all you do. When you came on, I was like, oh, she looks so familiar to me. So I'm sure I've been following you because I don't think that we've met yet.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so. And I'm like, wait, I know her. How is that possible? But yeah, I've probably just been seeing all your wonderful work. And 23 years, that's a really long time to
It
have
is a
been
long time. Yep,
established in
it's
the
a long time.
so
Lots of
thank
grace.
you. Thank you so much. No, I meant that it's a
I
wonderful
know.
you did just so much work in the autism community. That's a
Yes.
really, that's dedication right there. And Patty, hello. It's so great to see you, Patty. Oh, I muted you. I'm so sorry. Unmute. There you go.
Hi, Sarah. I am Patty Lauschman. I am the founder of Thrive Autism Coaching, and what we do is provide private one-on-one coaching services to autistic teens and adults, but also parents of teens and adults. So we are solidly in the adult autism community. And we also have a couple of programs. So I was able recently to trademark my parenting framework for parents of autistic emerging adults. We have a program for parents to help get their emerging adults unstuck out of their bedrooms and engaging in life. We also have a program for the autistic adults who are looking to deepen their relationships, perhaps start intimate relationships called Intimate Relationship Pathways. And then, with a team of 15 coaches, we have a very diverse team. Typically, we have a really good fit based on whatever that individual is hoping to accomplish in coaching. And we're really excited to be serving the adult autism space.
So important. Feels like sometimes these resources can drop off, if you will. Like, and someone turns 18 and they're like, good luck in life, and you don't need help anymore. You're 18, right? And it's such a silly idea. Because even our typical 18-year-olds they're not helpless, or they still need all of the support to get out of there. So especially atypical teens and adults also need that support just as much. And so wonderful to have you both here, and great experiences to be able to talk about today. I did just get a message from our third panelist that she had an emergency and won't be able to join us as well. So, we can understand that. When we came on, I guess I can just chat a little bit about our little situation, and then we can maybe even talk about how that affects our families and growing. I'm reading something going into our lives with everything. So, but I also want to make sure that we're staying focused, because today is really about the thriving across the lifespan, identity, late diagnosis, and growth. And I mean, we'll cover just as much as we can. Now that there's just three of us, it'll be a little bit easier to get everything in there. So I love that. So last night, what my daughter and her boyfriend have taken up a new hobby of fishing, and I love it. They get their stuff ready. We take them to a close pond or something nearby, and they'll fish. And my daughter's never fished before. And now she's had this experience. She caught like 9 the first time she went. So just had a fabulous time. And I love that they're doing these constructive things to keep them, they're learning skills. They're out in nature and really just enjoying it. But a running theme throughout both of their lives have been this air of they're really intelligent creatures. And in that, I have found that in my daughter's life, because I can speak to that, most personally, there's always been this sense that people gang up on her, if you will. There's always been in school and in neighborhood where she's always one against many. And it kind of obviously breaks my heart, because it's my child. But with the theme being like empowering the one and connecting the many, I think it is so important that we recognize that today's kind of era of bullying, if you will, has really changed kind of what it was, I think, when we were growing up. It felt like we were really targeted back then for being different, for having little ears, being called little ears, like until I was in my 30s. Like, come on, guys. Just things like that. But these kids today, I think, have even a stranger, bigger stigma because I think they're targeted because they're brighter than those around them. I think they're targeted because they can hold their own and they are confident as individuals. And it takes a group of other minded individuals to try to even reach that type of mentality that they have as one person. I think it's devastating. And so I told them, no, you can't go fishing tonight. I'm not going to leave. I'm going to bed early. I have my event in the morning. Nothing's happening tonight. No way, Jose. So, no, that's not what happened. I got a call. They said, we're just going to go around the corner to just this canal that's really close by to our house, and we're going to fish over there. And they rode their bikes and they had their stuff. And two boys that don't even live in the neighborhood anymore that were here went by and they beat him up and they dislocated his shoulder, and he was just, this disaster kid. And he called me right away, and because we're just right around the corner, and I flew out the house without shoes on and picked him up and saw kind of what state he was in and rushed him to the emergency room. They were afraid that they may have broken his humerus. So they were, just terrified that was the case, but they got, him medicated and relocated his shoulder. And other than bumps and bruises, he's fine. He's, he went home and he's safe, but it is devastating. We didn't get home till, like I said, hours in the morning. And peaceful night I had planned was nothing but the sort. And I know that this, I don't want to use, obviously, my platform to talk about my summit, to talk about all of the things that, are wrong and happening in the world. But I want to preface that we need to not only support our kids, give them the strength and advocacy to obviously stick up for themselves, but we need to remind our community that if you see something, there are groups. I saw when I drove by, there were groups of people standing outside. And why did not one adult go over there and stop this? Why did, how could it have had, I can't fathom it. So anyways, I'm going to get off this soapbox, but I just want to preface that bullying is absolutely unacceptable. Teach your children to be kind. Teach your children others' differences, whether it means that they're smarter than them or less capable than them, that doesn't matter in life. Those things aren't the essence of who a person is. And I hope that all of you that are listening and as parents, I hope you want your children to be, people in the community that can be looked up to. And we need to rally around these kids. We need to let them know that just because they feel different than those around them, we need to let them know that that's okay. This is a human experience. None of us feel the same as, each other, and we can all honor that space for one another. So without that, sorry, but thank you also. And I hope that anyone listening out there, can make a difference in someone's life for that purpose. So heaven's sakes, here we go. Are you guys ready to jump back on course here? Thank you so much for letting me and my husband told me, he's like, you just need to say what happened because it'll wear on, it'll just weigh on me heavy, and we love him very much. So how do you think, Jennifer, we'll start off here, how is your understanding, and I love this for you, of neurodiversity evolved over time?
Yeah. So first of all, Sarah, I just want to say I am so sorry for you and your family and for him. I mean, it really is awful. And as you said, if there were people around, I always try to tell a story on my podcast whenever I can, because sort of, I guess I would say my mantra at this point is give grace. Like if we all could just give more grace in the world to anyone and everyone. And I remember one time on our local Facebook page, there was someone saying, where have we come in the world? We're now letting our teenagers be so lazy that we're letting them ride around in grocery carts, watching iPads. Is that what this world has come to? And I knew enough to sense that most likely this is a parent of a moderate to profoundly affected teenager with some kind of autism or disability. And this was the only way mom could get to the grocery store, is right to let the child be in the cart and watching her iPad, or else there could be trouble, right? And I thought, how dare you like assume these things? And luckily I didn't have to get on. The rest of the community blew up for me, right? And said, just, you have no idea. You have no idea what's going on, right? So just, I guess, and I always like to say that, right? Like just give grace. So back to the question. So I think exactly almost like the story you just started with, or your incident, is I think autism has changed over the years. I think what people understand about autism has changed over the years. I think the platform has changed, right? I think we used to think of what I'm going to say classic autism, right? And we certainly didn't know anything about what autism in high functioning women looked like. Like we still don't even still have good assessment to really accurately identify, right? And so I think how it's changed for me is, obviously we now have the neurodiversity term also, right? Which includes ADD and all the disses, as I call them, dysgraphia, dyslexia, and all of those, right? But I think it's changed in that the challenge is early on, people with autism were pretty well excluded from the community because they were thought of that they can't, right? Like they're not able to be in the community. But the challenge is now that we have so many more people as they should be, and we're creating these inclusive communities, it's almost like the education of the community has not come up as fast behind though too, right? And so examples of exactly what just happened to your child and her friend last night was that we don't have enough awareness in the world, because I still don't know that we really know what high functioning level 1, whatever you want to call it, autism looks like. And so I think we're in a very interesting, somewhat dangerous time, right, for our people on the spectrum who are fully included in the community. But I think, there is no more classic autism anymore. I guess to answer that question, how it's evolved, right? I hate to be so stereotypical, right? But there's no more there's more than Rain Man. There's more than, there have been some phenomenal shows out there lately, right? Like Atypical and The Good Doctor and some of these other things that are starting to shine a light on other aspects of autism. But it's evolved from classic autism, and we have to help the community understand what that means.
I love that. No, that's so true. And I hope that this type of a summit and, being streamed and everything, that there's people that, are outside of the community that can still listen in and learn and really gain some helpful knowledge and to help prevent or create environments where all can thrive. It's so important that we do that. Patty, thank you so much for being here and having, your time with us. I think that I'm going to mute so that I'm not echoing in your background.
Sure.
But tell us, how your understanding of neurodiversity has evolved over time.
Yeah, absolutely. So, we've had autism awareness campaigns for decades. There have been so many dedicated parents out there trying to raise awareness. But really, my own understanding of autism and neurodiversity more generally really didn't happen until I had a child of my own who was multi-exceptional. And I was suddenly thrust into this world where I had a child who was not thriving in any area of his life, and I had to figure it out. And so the more I learned, I was like, I realized that I had, like most of us, I think culturally bought into this idea that autism and neurodiversity is like a deficit or, something that needs fixing. And I've really come to this very different understanding in sync with the neurodiversity perspective, which is that these differences are, not something that needs fixing. They do need accommodation, but really they're different ways of processing the world, experiencing the world, and those differences come with real strengths. And I'm not just saying that. And I'm not talking superpowers either. I'm just saying that when your brain is wired differently than the majority of people around you, very typically it results in that individual having greater strength in certain areas, but it also generates some challenges too because they're operating outside, what's typical for the majority of people. But, I think when we and I believe this in my core, when we recognize that different brains bring different strengths to the world, and then we are able to create environments or accommodations where these individuals can thrive, I think we all benefit from those strengths.
Sarah, I think, are you on mute? I can't hear you.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks. I am on mute.
Okay. I didn't know if it was my computer.
Silly me. Well, this I was just saying that this comment is wonderful because first of all, I love the person. It's my husband. So and I'm grateful that he would join us and uh, also take some time to do this. But oh yeah, he said take yourself off mute. Thank you. But he said all the things that authorities told me was disorder as a child, and you can listen to our podcast together, episode 250 on my show. Little plug for myself there. I don't normally do. But Dustin and I did an episode together about being married on the spectrum and getting our identifications late and finding out what that meant for us. And you'll hear in that he had a life growing up in a lot of the children's criminal justice system. And so he can take that like really seriously, that they really talked about how much of a disorder it was, but now with the knowledge he has and how he can put that different type of brain to work as it should, he now sees that, and for him, superpowers in both his work life and his home life. And it has made a huge difference for us as a couple, and being able to really work together with the same understanding that our kids have the same environmental needs as maybe we once had and were not given, and now we can create those things for them. So yeah, it's incredible what we can do with time and learning, isn't it?
Can I just add one quick thing to that,
please,
tagging on to what Patty said? And I think it's not even as much about accommodations as you said, Patty. It's also more about how do we give them the tools to learn how to navigate and tolerate, I hate to say it, but the neurotypical, right? How do we give them the tools to deal with the rude or ignorant person? It's not less than at all, but they're going to encounter some narrow-minded, short-minded, ignorant people, or people who don't understand how to interact maybe the best, most efficient way or effective way. And so it's about how do we teach them, but just like you do any kid, if you come upon someone rude, if you come upon someone overwhelmed and anxious, like whoever you come upon, what tools do you use to help them? And I think certainly sometimes our people need accommodations in school and time on tests, but it's also more, how do we give them the tools to navigate a still fairly ignorant world?
So true.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, 100%. And where do we start? By teaching them, like, yeah, let's talk about the horrible things, let's talk about what you're gonna come up against. And we hope that as we're moving through life as individuals and parents especially, that when we encounter those individuals in the world, that we're acting in such a manner that they can learn maybe what the right way to deal with these individuals could be. whether that is educating them, ignoring them, often, or sometimes even sticking up for yourself and saying, like, you don't understand what's going on, so I need you to just walk away, please. That would be wonderful to see, our kids be able to do that for themselves. It's important that we learn the tools to give them. I agree. We need like a toolbox of those things. And I'm sure you guys have some resources that we can provide families for that with. So I love that. What impact can a diagnosis or a late diagnosis have on identity? And how do you support that in families? Patty, why don't we start you off on that one?
Yeah, sure. So I've had the privilege of working with a lot of late identified adults and the parents of the mystified parents of these late identified adults, like, we didn't know. And, I think there's two things that typically go on. I think a diagnosis can be really clarifying. So having that language to describe a lifelong experience, getting validation for why certain things were difficult. But I think there is also often a grief process that can be a little bit destabilizing, at least temporarily. So that may be grief for time lost. Like if we'd only known sooner, we could be on a different trajectory. My life would be on a different trajectory. And then there's this process of having to rebuild their identity. And, I think some individuals jump right into that, and then other individuals are just completely shut down by that and then just reject it outright until they can become ready to rebuild their life. But ultimately, I would say overwhelmingly what I've seen is late diagnosis or even self-identify. So my own brother just recently self-identified as ADHD, and he said, this is absolutely the best explanation for my entire life and everything I've been through. And so I'm giving myself goosebumps. He's actively going through that process right now. So I think it's overwhelmingly positive and can have a huge positive impact on quality of life.
I love that. I know that for Dustin and I, it completely changed. I shouldn't say completely, but it did change not only our own perspectives on our own life, obviously, like you said, and you really said it wonderfully, that there's this air of re-identifying yourself, this process. As somebody with a podcast and a platform, I was like, okay, when I find out, I'm like 5 seconds later, I'm going to be on a live. Everyone in the world will know. We can all enjoy and celebrate in this new information. That was not the case. It was like 5 months before I said anything, and that actually surprised me that it would take me that much time to process all of this. But in this, I'm learning what my processing is like. I'm learning that, okay, wait a second, I didn't recognize that I had some processing sensitivities or things like that. And now I'm like, oh, that those are it. Now you can really put things to work when you have all of the right pieces of information in front of you. I am so grateful that our family went through the processes we went through to get all of our diagnoses. I remember when we went to get our daughters, and it was during COVID, but the school psychologist came up to the town. We met at a hotel lobby, and he did this 3-hour or whatever evaluation with her, and we walked away, and we were looking for a dyslexia diagnosis, which we knew was that you're not really there trying to get one if you're not having a little bit of knowledge that it's happening. So we were so grateful because we knew that it would be, teachers would stop arguing with me that she was so smart, there's just no way she could have dyslexia. And finally this guy said, well, yeah, this is the case, and autism and ADHD. And I went, Wait, what? Wait a second. But this little kid doesn't look anything like, how her brother, and so you do these kind of like comparisons and thing. And so I think that's a really good thing for just the public to understand is even people in living situations going through it are still making comparisons on information they had that has just been given to them from society, right? Not my own living experience. So it's been fascinating. And when she did, we were like, yay, welcome, congratulations. We're going to figure everything out together now. And I don't think that I'm not saying that she has not ever struggled in her own daily whatever, but the overall acceptance that we are a family, we are an autistic family, we are an ADHD family, we have dyslexics, we have, come join us. Yeah, I think has been a wonderful as essence and air in our own home to have. So that's yeah. There's my 2 cents on that question. Jennifer, how do you feel about that? The impact of a diagnosis or a late diagnosis on identity?
I think it's a lot of what you both have already said. When I see a neurodiverse adult who got late diagnosed, I do see relief. I agree. I see a process of, let me figure out what that means and what I'm going to do with that information. But to me, what I often see is the initial relief because it just explains a lot. It explains why maybe certain friendships were hard. It explains why maybe we kept getting fired from jobs and we didn't quite understand why, or, that kind of thing. And then what I will often see too is I will work with like adolescents who get late diagnosed in adolescence. And then you see guilt in the parents because the parents will say, how did I not see that? How did I not know that? This could have helped my daughter's life or my son's life could have been so different if I had seen it. Right. And so, and I find that it's the autistic young woman who's consoling her mom about it. Right. Saying, but it's okay. It'll be fine. Like, I'm okay. It's okay. Let's move forward. Let's figure this out. Right. So, you kind of, as you said, just like autism is so individualized. I think the journey to the diagnosis and the journey as soon as the diagnosis happens is really different for everyone. I don't think there's a standard way. And I think we, again, can't assume that someone's going to react a certain way when they do get that diagnosis.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so personal. It's so interpersonal. We have to ask, we have to be curious. What was your journey like? How did you feel about this? What kind of things came up for you? Like, where do you need support now? I think it's so important that making time and space for those individuals, whether they're our loved ones or our clients, that we can help them better understand, like, you're okay. You're okay as a human. Now that you have this new information, we can build guidelines, we can build guardrails, we can help understand what other kind of environmental needs. Do you need to ask for a space by a window in a workspace instead of under bright lights? Do we need to make sure we have, headphones close by and things? There's just so many accommodations that I think the world is welcoming and a little bit more introducing. We're introducing now as things that can be objectively looked at and not, oh, they have an iPad now, I have to have one, kind of this mentality for kids and things. But really in the workplace, for understanding that, hey, if these accommodations were created for everyone, even the people who didn't need them would probably be taking advantage of them.
I was just about to jump in, Sarah, and say exactly the same thing, that a lot of times what's good for autistic individuals is great for everybody. It's not just good for those individuals.
Yeah, it's so true. And universal design, let's start designing for all, and then we don't have to clean up messes or make fixes or patch things in the future to create these, easier, bridges of accommodations. So that is certainly the case.
And I do a lot of neurodiversity in the workplace training, and it's amazing, when you go in and do a training and you say, do you have even job descriptions written down for your people? Right. And they don't. And so I'm like, guess what? First place to start is make a job description for everyone in the company. Then they'll all know their expectations. If we write down the processes for wanting to take PTO or what to do in the morning or what you do when this machine breaks or whatever it is, everyone will do better, not just the neurodiverse individual. Like everyone will do better.
I hope that we really start making this happen. And maybe it was, our nudge in the community, in society, to start creating that ease of accommodation for everyone, because I agree, we would all use it. And even before, my diagnosis and everything, those things would have been so nice. And it's, for me personally, I find that I'm a clarifier. I need those clarifying questions. And we can all understand growing up that if you ask too many questions, you were kind of a troublemaker sometimes, or seen as like argumentative, or, just take the directions, like stop asking questions.
Or if you corrected the teacher,
yes,
right? Because the teacher was wrong
thanks.
and you corrected the teacher, you got disciplined.
It is crazy, right? We were like not allowed to use our voice. That was one thing that I have taught my daughter, bless it be a curse or a blessing on me, right? Is to always say what's on your mind. I don't care. Like, I want to know all the time, because I want you to be able to be comfortable with saying that to anyone in the future in a relationship where they need to know your boundaries every single day. What level you're on or whatever. Always be open with those things. Always talk to us about those things. It's so different. It's such a different, communication strength, I think, to feel comfortable doing that, especially when the individual is maybe an introvert and likely, doesn't want to engage in those types of big conversations. So, whew, boy, this is great. Did we? Okay, I think we're on our next one. You both had a chance to answer that. I hope, right? Okay. How can families and professionals better support self-discovery? That's pretty interesting. Jennifer, what are your thoughts on that?
So that's complicated, right? Because I will often, a parent will come talk to me and say, I think my child is, or, but I'm afraid they're going to react poorly or then think of themselves less than, and one of the main things I just try to encourage is that for any of us, if we have, say we're going to the doctor because we have an unknown sickness, right? There's clarity in knowing the direction you need to go, even if that diagnosis maybe wasn't a great diagnosis, meaning cancer or something, right? But at least then you know where to go and where to start. And I think for our families, what I'm seeing a lot of lately is that people are maybe getting diagnosed as adults, or they're maybe diagnosing others informally. And then it's sort of almost is becoming like not a joke, but like they're talking about it casually, right? Like, oh yeah, I took that online test, and I bet your number was higher than mine, that kind of stuff. And it's like, but if I think the biggest thing for me is, if this is a diagnosis that you got or a loved one got, it's about helping figure out how to help understand the world around them. Right. And it doesn't really matter what the true diagnosis is. It's okay. Where are you struggling? Are you struggling on the ball field? Are you struggling in a social situation? Let's figure out the tools to cope with that. It might be autism, it might be anxiety, it might be ADD, it might be introvert. Like, we don't know. So my thing is, stop worrying about the diagnosis as much and start focusing on what tools do you need to help you feel good and confident, successful? Are there things you haven't done yet in life because you're scared to or didn't understand what it took? Okay, well then let's work on how we can do that. And, let's move off the diagnosis focus and more into what do you want to be doing in life? And let's go do it.
Yeah, absolutely. And it ultimately comes down to taking the human approach, right? Seeing at someone as a whole person and not just seeing a diagnosis or a label or something like that. So yeah, I love that. What do you think about that, Patty? How can families and professionals better support self-discovery?
So, I want to first point out why self discovery is so important and why it's a worthy goal all by itself. I have seen through my work that self discovery is essential to maximizing quality of life for neurodivergent individuals. And what I've seen after diagnosis is that they tend to go through this process of developing self understanding and then developing self acceptance of that understanding. And then ultimately, that leads to the ability to self advocate, which is really that final key to developing quality of life. So I think we can all agree that that is important. And in my work with parents, so I'm coming kind of from the parent of adult perspective. From that perspective, what I've seen, and I think this applies to professionals as well, is what they can do is really develop their own deep understanding of neurodiversity and even creating a safe space for discussing it with their loved one or their client is critical, and sometimes even leading that discussion. So let's say you've developed an understanding of why your adult child or emerging adult may be struggling. You can create that safe space by saying, I've noticed that in these situations you tend to do this. I'm wondering if it's because you're experiencing this, and kind of leading the discussion in that way in a really non-judgmental manner can really help support that process of self-discovery.
And even as adults, we all want to know that we're supported. We all want to be able to have not only one person to call to say I need help, but as many as we can or should have or deserve to have, right? And I think that it's so important that we, especially as professionals, really offer ourselves and create that safe space for people to feel that they can kind of unravel themselves in a place where you are curious, rather than any kind of assumption, judgments, anything like that. And I really think that our professionals in our community do that wholeheartedly. I think that they start that way. And I think that we're so grateful and lucky to have, amazing individuals as professionals in this community. That's for sure. I love this for you, Patty. What does thriving mean to you personally? Excuse me.
Well, as you can probably imagine, I love that word thrive, since I don't know how to point to it, created a whole company with that word in it. Again, I work with parents of adults, primarily me personally. And, I think that a lot of times parents think that independence is the holy grail of thriving. But I would assert that independence is kind of a tricky concept, because sometimes autistic individuals will take that and say independence means I'm doing everything myself without help from anybody, and then they start rejecting help and support that could really improve their quality of life. So I just want to be super clear that I think the ultimate goal is positive interdependence, and really the way to get there is by increasing self-understanding, that process of self-acceptance, and then self-advocacy, but also rooting out the internalized ableism that often comes with an autism diagnosis, or pre-existed prior to an autism diagnosis, rooting out that internalized ableism that leads to burnout. Because ultimately, I think someone who is thriving is building their most self-determined and sustainable life. Self-determined is sustainable is where I think someone really is thriving.
I love that, Patty. That was wonderful.
I hope that
I
made
really
sense. That was a lot of words. I hope that
it was
I
so
hope that
great.
made sense. It was a lot of thoughts I had going on at the same time.
You're so good. Jennifer, add on to that. What do you think about that? I think that it was really great. When you were shaking your head, you
Yeah,
definitely
mine's a lot less words, you know. Yeah, when I read the question, I wrote down it's about personal satisfaction, being content with your situation and happy in your own skin, you know. And I think, and I'm sure, Patty, you deal with this a lot with the parents. For a lot of times, it's the parents it's having to realize it needs to be about the child's goals and happiness and desires and dreams and not necessarily yours. And so I think there's part of that that has to be on that journey. And especially if you're dealing with, you know, like adolescents or young adults. And again, you had this vision, and whether it was college, whether it was this, whether it was college for marketing and they want to go to college for, gaming, it's about, which again, all of us as parents have to deal with. But I think that I really think it's about how do we just help them be happy in their own skin.
love that. And Julia had commented interdependence exclamation point. Love the thought about interdependence.
Positive interdependence.
Love that.
Good point. Good point. Positive.
Yeah. Oh, this is wonderful. How do we help individuals move from simply surviving to flourishing? Jennifer, let's start you on that question.
So, one of the things that I'll see, especially with maybe like our ADD and autism or combination, is they have these dreams and goals, but they really need help backing down into what does that mean right now? Right. And so many times, I'll work with an adolescent who wants to go be a nurse or go start his own business or go be a race car driver, whatever it is. And it's like, okay, but one of the things I feel like we have to do is help them back into that, to say, okay, you know what that means right now? What that means right now is you have to work on understanding safety on the road if you want to be a race car driver. What that means right now is you actually have to take this history test. It has nothing to do with the marketing degree, but in order to get your marketing degree, you got to get your high school diploma, which means you got to take this history test, right? And I think at least some of the people I work with have a harder time backing into that. And so really sitting down and getting as small and minute of next steps as we need to, so that it's not overwhelming, right? So you're not writing down past history. It's take the test every week, do the homework every week in order to be able to pass the test, in order to be able to pass the class, right? And so I know for me, it's really about how do we take things, break them down into smaller steps so that they can feel achievable and not overwhelming.
Absolutely. And my husband always says, and this may go into different areas of things, but like 5-5-5. 5 minutes, 5, hours, 5 days, 5 months. Like, what will it look like then? What's the decision you're making now going to be looking like in the 5-5-5? What is that gonna? And he really talks to our kids about that a lot, like staying in that mindset so that they can understand that moment isn't just going to affect that moment, it also is going to affect. And whether that is like, do you want to stay in a bad mood, is that going to help your 5-5-5, kind of a thing, and really like looking at it in steps. But I love breaking that. I love how you said backing in. I love that terminology and kind of that visualization of understanding, because I think it's like you're out and you're like woohoo, and then you're like, wait, I don't know how to take all the steps to get there. So I think that that's such a great way to look at it. Patty, tell us about your ideas on that.
So I love that Jennifer went really low level on this. I'm going to go really high level. on this. So I mentioned earlier the parenting framework that I created. So, and I'm coming from that parent of emerging adult context. That's, where most of my experience is. So a lot of parents come to me feeling completely disempowered. They have no idea, their emerging adult is not thriving. They're stuck in their bedroom. They're not engaged with education or career. They're not, they're not interacting with friends. They're barely interacting with the people that they live with under the same roof. And they just don't know what to do. So I want to talk very briefly about my parenting framework. And I wish I had a visual. It's so much easier to show than tell, but I'm going to do my best to explain it in words. So I've created this parenting framework, and it's called SBN, which stands for support, boundaries, and nudges. And these are the 3 types of actions that parents can take to help their emerging adult get unstuck and engaging in life. But as Jennifer mentioned earlier, if you imagine a Venn diagram, imagine these, each of those 3 things in a circle overlapping a center. And in the center of that circle is their goals. Every action a parent takes, as many as possible. It's not possible for every action, but as many actions as a parent can take that overlap with their emerging adult's goals for their life, the more momentum you can get over time.
I love that. Yeah, I think that that's really important that we um, have space available for the emerging adults to say, like, okay, what I love the nudges, right? Because we can sometimes in our community, I know for me, I find myself even, I have to just say this little thing because I just had this self discovery yesterday. Sometimes I realize that I am so PDA on myself that I will like literally set my own rules and break them because I am not no way, and then I'm like, wait a second, why did I do that to why did I self-sabotage like that? And then I just realized yesterday, oh my gosh, I'm literally like, you know, I'm going into this demand avoidance on my own demands. So I just thought that was kind of a silly thing. But
can I just add one quick thing to that, Patty, based on what you said? Because I think, if we even talk about maybe some of our more affected individuals as well, there are people, sometimes I think we have to also give parents permission if they're going to more likely be a long-term caregiver for their person on the spectrum. Some of the goals for the child can evolve around what the parents' needs are, right? So, I had heard once the parents' goal was to retire on a golf course, right? And they have a profoundly affected child. So they created a goal for the child to tolerate being okay to riding around on a golf cart for 4 hours, right? That wasn't necessarily the child's dream, right? But in order to fulfill both of their needs, where maybe then the alternative would have been the child would have been not a good caregiver or somewhere else or whatever it was, I think sometimes the parents also need to hear that they still are allowed to have their dreams too. And how can they overlap? And what do we have to do to work on both? How can the parents help the child fulfill their dreams, but how can the child help the parents fulfill their dreams too, especially for our more profoundly affected individuals?
I love that. Permission for parents. You've been granted.
And let me just clarify that implementing this framework over time, it's a process, right? So kind of what you're describing would fit in the boundaries piece of the framework. What I was describing is the starting point. If you want to get movement in an individual who is totally stuck, focusing on their goals is the place to start, but that's not the end of the story, right? And I tell parents all the time, your needs are essential, because if you're not in a good place, you cannot continue parenting this emerging adult who may need your care for decades. So
yeah, I can't wait to hear more about your framework. It sounds
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah,
I
I
love-
have a free download on my website. It's in the freebies section. You can download the quick reference guide.
Wonderful.
Yay. Thank you, Patty. And in fact, please, both of you in the comments, please leave your links and things for everyone to go and follow and make sure that they, you're getting access to your services and they're getting access to your service. You have plenty of access to yourself. Um, but we're going to just kind of combine these last two, kind of a question and comment, if you will. But what gives you hope for the next generation and a message of hope a message you hope people carry with them after today's conversation? Patty, what are your hope for the next generation?
Yeah, my son is part of that next generation, and I might get a little emotional here, but a lot of the work that I do is with the intention of increasing that understanding. Like autism awareness is great, but unless you actually understand what it is, all people know is, oh, there's this thing called autism and they're a little different, but that's it. Like it's not actionable. So I think the next stage that we need to go to as a culture is understanding, because once we get to greater understanding, then we can have true acceptance. So my hope for the next generation is that they experience greater levels of understanding. And what gives me hope that we're making progress in that way, I think, greater awareness, again, is the first step. I think earlier diagnosis, more accurate diagnoses in adults, growing acceptance, autistic self-advocates shaping conversations is essential. And I think, from, again, my little slice of the world, parents having better frameworks and understanding than a generation ago. Those are kind of some of my random thoughts.
No, and you're building that. Thank you so much. And for those of you watching, you can go to thriveautismcoaching.com and of course go to the freebies tab to get the download of the framework, and also check out everything else on the website. See what other ways that you can connect, or if you have questions about
And my book as
and
well. I wrote a whole book
holy
about
moly.
the framework.
We got all kinds of resources. And as well, for Jennifer, Shining Through Inspiring Voices of Autism is our podcast for inspirend.org, and go to our website for free workshops, resources, as well as upcoming events. So please make sure that you are putting those in your tab so that you can go and open those later. Or you can go now if you want to, but just joking. Jennifer, let's finish up by your kind of get your hope for the next generation and a message to carry on for today.
So I think my hope for the future is I think our voices of our people with autism are getting louder, which is wonderful. I think more platforms are being created. We might be a few years behind where we should be, right, compared to what the rates are, but it's happening, right? The flywheel is starting to turn, things are happening, and I think just the more we can have discussion, the more we can create platforms like this to do this is exactly what we need to be doing. We know, and I think you can probably attest to, autism can be very isolating. So the more we can learn about the people around us, and that we might be going through a lot of the same things, it's validating, it's reassuring. And I would say my message for everyone is kind of what I said in the beginning. If we all just need to work on giving more grace, like to everyone around us, whether it's the person who cuts you off on the highway, to someone in the store who might be talking to themselves, to, the person in the car that, I don't know, we just need to give more grace. And ask more questions. People always say, well, what do I do for that person with autism? I'm like, really complicated answer. Just ask them. Like, well, do I say the autistic person with autism? I'm like, I don't know. Just ask them. Like, it's not hard. Just ask.
Yeah. Curiosity is a beautiful thing. And when we keep our minds curious in a state of curiosity, when we can be constantly thinking of questions to ask rather than judgments to share or opinions to oppose on one another, then I think we stay open to learning so much more and really connecting with others in a way that feels meaningful to them as well. And being able to just be seen and valued. And yeah, Patty, Jennifer, you are amazing. Thank you so much for showing up this morning and really just volunteering your time and efforts and your resources. Couldn't be more grateful. Thank you so much.
It was an honor. Thank you.
Yes,
Always
I'm
a pleasure,
excited.
Sarah.
And we're going to be staying in touch. So we'll definitely set up all of those, future meetings to be having. Yeah, thank you guys so much for being here. And wow, wonderful day. I'm glad we got started on I feel so much better already, kind of in the groove. So thank you guys so much for being here and starting this off with me today.
My pleasure.
Yeah. Well, we are excited. I'm going to take you guys back to the backstage. And I hope that you'll join us in going and watching from the other platforms, and also join us on our website, unstreamable.live, where everything is being streamed, and also on Facebook, LinkedIn, and YouTube. I'm excited to start our next panel this morning. We are going to be doing an education panel today for the morning and kind of explore innovative educational approaches, inclusive teaching, and empowering learners of all ages. So I'm really interested to find out more about our speakers. And I think that we have a couple people already here, so I'm going to bring them up if they're ready. Hi, Adam.
Hi, Sarah. How are you?
I'm so great. It's wonderful to meet you. Thanks for being here.
Absolutely.
Really
Excited to
appreciate it.
chat a little bit today.
Yeah, I'm excited to get to know you more. And this is our first time meeting, so this is such an exciting event. I had 100 people sign up to speak, and about 75 of them I've never met, and that really is meaningful to me. And so it shows that there are just so many, obviously, in our community that are excited and ready to help shape the future of autism in our world. So, and Maurice, I see that you're back there. If you're ready, I'll bring you up. I didn't want to bring you up without your camera on. Good morning.
Good morning.
Or is it afternoon for you guys? Yeah, I don't even know. I guess it is about. Yeah. Getting close to those time frames. Hello, Amy.
Hi. Sorry, I had the wrong studio link.
Oh my gosh, I think I sent day 4 to day 3 prior to everything. So thank you guys for being here. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Tech difficulties, right? It's like you think you have everything ready to go, but yeah.
Well, and I texted Adam because I know Adam, and I was like, wait, I texted the wrong phone number. I had 2 numbers for you, Adam.
Oh, yeah. Nope, I don't.
That is so funny. Oh, I'm so glad that you guys made it okay and everything. Wonderful. And I'm excited to meet you. And I have met Maurice before. I was lucky enough we did a pod. Did we do the podcast? Yeah.
We haven't done it yet.
We just talked about doing the podcast. That's right. We just had a wonderful discussion. That was so that was kind of nice. But it's great to meet you both, Adam and Amy. Thank you so much for being here this afternoon. Education. Woo! We get to talk about all kinds of good stuff. And it looks like we're probably coming from different areas. I'm excited to learn more about what you focus on. So Adam, please, the only gentleman here, please introduce yourself. Let us know more about you.
Yeah. So Adam Lowe of Quiet Confidence Coaching. So I work primarily with, I would say, kind of late high school to early transition stage young adults. Preparation for what transition to secondary ed looks like. And so really thinking through how do we get students set up for being ready to take that next step. And Amy, Amy and I know each other, right? So she's kind of like that next phase of the clients. Somebody that I refer to my clients to her organization, but and I used to work for Amy, so that's how we know.
Oh, nice.
Until very recently. So
Yeah.
So yeah, working to help develop those skills, kind of starting, maybe freshman year of high school, building a plan that includes not just, hey, what does education look like, but thinking about what does transition look like as students age up through high school and get ready for that next step.
I love that. And this was very randomly chosen. Like I had no idea you guys knew each other.
No, it's a great happy accident.
I just love that. Serendipitous. I couldn't be more happy about that. Well, Amy, tell us a little bit about yourself. You're the we're referring to you, so tell us what we're referring for.
Yeah, hi there. I'm Amy Radoshansky. I'm a special educator of over 20 years. I'm younging myself down. Oops. 25 years. I've spent a large amount of my time in the transition space after leaving K-12 education. I work at College Living Experience as the president, and we get to support young adults with neurodiversity who are transitioning out of their parent home and seeking new opportunities. So we spend a lot of time looking at what kind of educational environments they've come from. We get to see a lot of the different various learning environments that they've been in, be it private school, public school, specialized charter programs, all kinds of different stuff. And then we get to look at how that presents in higher ed and what that means for their career opportunities, their opportunities to engage socially and build independent living skills. So we're trying to launch them into being more autonomous individuals, finding their space, their voice, their community. So it's a really interesting and I don't know, celebratory space to be in.
Are you guys in the same place in the world?
No, well, I'm in Portland, Oregon, and this is my virtual background. But no, I CLE operates out of 8 different cities, and so I got to work with Adam down in Southern California.
Yep.
Oh, great!
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, wonderful.
And I split time between San Diego and Phoenix primarily. I'm in Phoenix.
Nice. That's lovely. And kind of hot in both places right now,
Yes.
right? A lot of hot all over the place. Maurice, after you're done there, we're excited. I know, right? Oh, there's always things. Life is lifing always, isn't it?
Oh,
It doesn't stop just because we're on in a summit or anything.
Exactly.
So, yes. Oh, it's so great to see you again. Tell us and introduce yourself. Let everybody know about Empower Ed and all of that good stuff.
All right. So I'm Maurice Alexander, and I'm basically a mother and an autism advocate. 2 years ago, I founded the Empowered Autism, which is a nonprofit where we host workshops for the autism community and their families. What we do is we partner with the emergency management department around here, and they give us guest speakers. We have workshops with like sensory rooms, and the topics we focus on are flooding and emergency safety, because our area floods a lot. Just, what was it, 2 days ago, it rained, and just from raining, so many cars stalled out, the water, there's some bridges. I have to send photos later of like how bad it got just from rain. So imagine.
And where are you at, Maurice?
I'm in Virginia.
Virginia. Oh,
Yep.
goodness.
Yeah, so that's what we do.
Mother
So sorry, I was
Nature.
crazy. I was painting, and then I looked at the clock. I was like, I gotta stop. So I'm so sorry. I got paint everywhere. I'm trying to hide it.
No, you don't need to. It's all good. No, we want everyone to come as they are. We'll meet you where you're at.
Thank
Painting
you so
or not.
much.
Love that. Absolutely. Well, I'm really excited to get into this conversation because I think that oh yes, we have wonderful guest members. Shalise says yay. And Shalise and Maurice, they have a podcast together. And well, I think you guys do everything together, I think. A lot, huh?
Absolutely.
So wonderful that you guys have each other in Virginia there. We're going to talk a lot today about inclusion and kind of start off our discussion today. We're talking about what does meaningful inclusion look like? And it's, for me, in my own journey, I really think that my mom showed me when I was really, really little, um, how to see like beauty in people, how to see a person and just be like happy that they're a person. I don't know what it was, but I just remember being like camping, and we were on a hike, and we came across a group of individuals with Down syndrome, I believe. And I was really little, and so it's very meaning, that you're impressionable at that time, so impressionable. And I remember my mom just like lighting up, and she was so excited that you just are like, wow, like I gotta know these people, like these people, these are the people to know. And I was just so excited and stuff, and it never left my heart. Like I'll always remember that, and how special it kind of gave me that space to always see people for that beauty, that they showed first off. So, really grateful for that experience. But I think it gave way to helping me kind of want to be inclusive in my whole life. It feels like I've led that kind of mindset that I always wanted to be friends with everyone, and I wanted to be included, although I wasn't, autistic here, wasn't always feeling like I was included in everything. I was more set apart as the, crazy unicorn in the horse stable. That's what I kind of envisioned myself as. But yeah, it's interesting when how do we bring meaningful inclusion, and where does it start? Like I said, I feel like it started for me as like just a really young girl, and having that mindset of what that looked like. So yeah. Amy, what do you think about that?
Well, I thought about something that you said with that example. So, yeah, I was a kid. I lived overseas, and like, this sounds strange, but I went to an American school, and some of my best friends didn't speak English. I was literally dropped off at a friend's home by my mom. She's Japanese. I couldn't communicate with she or her mom, and my mom said, "Go play." But you can be included, right? Because it's about the engagement, the activities, the welcoming, the intentionality of finding activities that don't involve language. I remember her mother showing me an array of snacks. I remember walking me through origami. Let's go swim at a pool. These are all activities that don't have to involve something where someone doesn't have the skill set to engage. And I think that like holistically that shaped the way I view like working with diverse people and across a variety of different settings. But I always think of inclusion, you can include anyone, but whether you're intentional in it, whether you're inviting and creating space for it is different. And when we think of education, you can put a student in a classroom, you can put them in a club, you can put them in an activity, but are they really meaningfully engaged is a very different question. And I really believe in trying to find the ways of the why of why is this person and how is this person participating? And how are we creating the space for that? Always is the question for me, because I don't like when I see a student go into a classroom and they're there. But like, are they really benefiting from it? And what's that educational, and if they're learning by like learning to engage in a classroom, that's fine. But like, what else are they getting from it beyond just being there? It has to be an intentional act on the part of learning environments to include people.
I love that. Maurice, tell us kind of about your idea of meaningful inclusion and some of the spaces you guys create there.
Okay, so listen to both of the things. Made me think about like my son at daycare center. We had ABA therapy that would go in there with him. And, they want to introduce the child to like social play and things like that, where the daycare would put him in a room by themselves. And so I'm like, okay, I appreciate you offering him the opportunity to have his therapy there, but he's not being included. You're separating my child from the rest, and he's not getting that social play that he needs. so that he knows and understands how to communicate. So for me, that made me remember that, and I didn't like that, so I had to speak out against that. But for us, when we host our workshops and things for inclusive, we invite everybody. I don't just, I know I say, autism. However, anyone with special needs, neurodivergent, even neurotypical, we invite everybody. And a lot of times, most of the people that come were just neurotypical. But the point is, we are putting them in the same space as like my child who's on the spectrum. And he's playing with the other kids. Like, and for me, that is, and they're so, kids are so young. And like you said, oh, they're so sweet and accepting. And so he's able to just go play with them. And to me, that's meaningful inclusion. That's accepting, that's being welcoming, and what she said, intentional. I love it.
Yeah. Adam, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, I'll tag on. I was a classroom teacher for about 10 years in middle school and high school English settings. And one of the things that within that space that we always talked about, since we're talking about education here, is how am I designing instruction, right? Like this is from a teacher standpoint to include all of my students. And one of the things that was kind of a helpful reset for me, and I think having worked as an administrator too, that can be tricky. Teachers have the way that they do things, right? And we all do that. And really helping myself as an educator take a step back and go, hey, what's going to be the most effective for the student who needs the most access is going to be helpful for everyone involved. Kind of that universal designing for learning principle. And I'll tell just a quick story of what that looked like. Was out with a client yesterday. Actually, we went to YMCA, went to the gym, getting him. He's got a lot of physical challenges, so doing some adaptive physical education instruction, those kind of things. But what that led to actually was he needed a break, went down, sat on the couch, and another woman just approached him and started talking to him, and it created this beautiful opportunity for him to discuss what he's been doing over the summer, what his goals are, and what that was going to look like. And actually, he ended up like handing her a business card for his micro business that he's working on creating. And right, so helping to think about community in a way that's embedded in daily activity. And as somebody who's intentionally creating that space, am I designing that to be accessible to everybody, will benefit all of the population, not just those people who need the additional support. So that's definitely a way that.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Like that is my number one. Like why not make it? Why are we going back and cleaning up messes when we could have started from making it for everyone to begin with? It just seemed like a silly thing to me. They didn't come to me and ask me, so I really couldn't give them good direction. But hopefully now we can make some movement forward and push that needle a different direction. I think that there's so much. There's so many voices that are being, shouting from the rooftops what they need now. I think that more than ever, our society is a little bit, maybe have heard. They might not be listening, but they have heard, and can, hopefully we can bring some awareness and tune everyone into that so that we can just start building for all. Because really, when you think about it, and somebody on another panel had mentioned this the other day, if you put accommodations out for everyone, even the typical, folks will take the accommodations as well. So why not make the accommodations there so that the people who need them can have them, and the people who want to participate in them also are included. And there we wrap up our inclusivity. I love it. How can educators better collaborate with families? And I love that we have Marie's doing, that community education piece, and Amy and Adam more in that institutional, not to make it sound, so institutional, but yeah, in that setting. And so I think that it gives us this really great perspective from different lenses. How do you obviously you're setting up workshops for families, Maurice, things like that. How do you find collaborating with the families to be helpful for the education piece?
I think collaborate with families. I'm trying to think. I find it to be very easy. I think they come not having that knowledge, not having that information, and then when they leave, we do give them like surveys to verify, like, hey, what did you learn? Is this helpful? How can we improve? And I think that two-way street helps us. We also, of course, give away stuff every time they come, so they come and they leave with stuff like a handout or something, some community information. And then just dealing with the families has not been hard at all. I have an amazing team that works with me. One of my co-founders, she's also on the spectrum, and she is like phenomenal. She's playing with the kids, she can talk to the adults and give them more, because she's in a previous RBT for 20 years, I believe, maybe 20 years. So she has that element. I'm just a mom, and I'm learning from her a lot. And so I think that them being able to see her in action and her helping and leading and giving them education as well is very comforting for them as another piece. I hope I answered that.
Yeah, no words. Absolutely. And don't mind me. I'm sorry. I just got a message from another panelist. So I'm like answering questions and listening all at the same time. So please
No,
don't. Yeah. I know. I hate to look like distracted, and not like on point here. But yeah. Oh my goodness. Fun days. No, I love that. And I think that it's so great when you have that partner that can kind of show you the way. Interestingly enough, my husband, when I met him, his sister had Down syndrome, and so I don't know why it's coming back to all these beautiful people with Down syndrome, but he already had this like super special heart and like this understanding of how to create the space and how to be inclusive and how to be just so gentle, like with a human, and dignity and all of that. He just showed me so much in the beginning of how to take on that mindset for our own family, and how hopefully, we're teaching others. Sometimes the teachers need to learn from us as parents, and we really need to be advocates for them, because I am a huge fan of teachers. I just like, yay, teachers, they're amazing. And we just really need to have all of the programs and environments and access and tools for them that they can access to help the individuals that they work with so much more. So Adam, what do you think about that? I've gone off my screen. I apologize. How can educators better collaborate with families today?
So, I think the thing for me, almost all the services that I'm delivering are in home, right? So when you've got somebody coming into your home, that's a totally different environment. Where I'm pushing in, I'm getting a much clearer picture of what that looks like in the day-to-day. But I'll answer this from somebody who used to sit outside of that space a little bit. And as a classroom teacher, especially in the secondary setting, once they're high school age, the amount of interaction that you end up having with parents can be pretty minimal, and can be usually is happening kind of around, hey, do we have an IEP meeting where I'm connecting with this parent, a parent-teacher conference, back to school, like that kind of thing. And one of the things that I always encouraged parents to do once I was, and still encourage parents to do, is just open that line of dialogue with the classroom teacher. It can be a little tricky, and classroom teachers have a lot, but helping that teacher understand that like you love and care about that kid, and that you're the expert in them, right? As the teacher, I'm the expert in delivering English education, but I'm not the expert in your child. And so the more that I can know, I think teachers in particular are receptive to that information most of the time, and wanting to be collaborative. And then I think the thing that I would add on to that is bringing a perspective of like, there's something happening here within the context of what's happening in a classroom, but that child's going to spend, 12 to 13 years in education and another, 40 to 50 years in their life. And are we viewing them holistically? And that's something that parents can really help with in an educational setting, is making sure that you're adding in that component of, hey, are we thinking about what this is going to look like for the next 30 or 40 years?
Mm-hmm.
And were we thinking about who that young person is going to be in adulthood? I think is a really important thing to begin a conversation, particularly, I'll speak specifically to the like kind of 6th grade to 12th grade space. Making sure that that's part of a conversation, because as a parent, you're the one who's going to have to continue that. I might only see that kid for a year. So how can I use whatever you're doing in that classroom right now to help build towards that goal is I think an important thing to keep perspective and scope for what they're doing.
Would you say that, just because I'm aware of some technology that's now being built as far as like maybe data apps that can hold that person's information even up to that day, and say, Johnny had this kind of a morning, and this is the medication, he took it late, so now we're not sure if like it's going to kick in on time. Would that type of information and access to that be helpful for you? And would you use it regularly? Like, would you be checking to see what Johnny was going to be like that day if you had that?
Maybe is kind of the short answer, right? It depends on the day. Educators are human too, and I think it's important to, recognize that in the vast scope of things, right? They may have had a chaotic morning with their kids getting out the door, but utilizing that data, that's always helpful, right? Like always is useful to know. But I also the realistic like access to that. If you're putting it in an app and that's like an agreed upon, hey, this is going to be here so you can check it. So, we're noticing this, and I go pull up the app and I go, oh, that's what's going on today. That's probably more likely, even though best practice would certainly be to have it built into my routine and check it every day, right?
Yeah. But I was just curious about that. So curiosities, right?
Sure.
No, I love that. Amy, what do you think about that? Oh, I just unmuted you. I apologize.
No, it's okay. Well, curiosity is like huge for me, and especially with families. And so I guess building a little off what Adam said, educators or in my case, like a transition support program for individuals, we're temporary in someone's life, and we are supposed to work our way out of the job, or we're supposed to deliver this curriculum for a period of time, where, and the parent is the long-term party here, and the student. And so when we think about, I love the way Adam said, like, where we're trying to get to needs to be the thing. And I always say that to families, where exactly are you trying to get to? Because it's my job to help you kind of move in that path. And yes, as an educator, a classroom teacher, or a transition specialist, we might have set things skills that we're trying to teach, or curriculum we're trying to check boxes on. But there's all this other good stuff that you can work on, soft skills and everything too, alongside that. So knowing where someone's trying to get to, or like what some goals are, is so important to have. And you can only gain that by like really partnering with the parent. And most time when there's like parent-school conflict, it's because, in my experience, it's because we're not understanding what the true value, need, worry, fear is. And so asking the questions feels so important. I always say, like, every parent concern comes from a genuine place of worry or concern. So if they're on your case as an educator, as an instructor about something, it's because they're concerned about something. And have you really stopped and asked them what that is? They're an advocate about a topic for a reason. And so if you don't know what that reason is, your first job is not to get defensive about it. Your first job is to say, tell me what is important to you about this topic. Tell me what discussions you guys are having as a family that leads this to be the priority. Can you help me understand? And I think when we come from a place of curiosity about the family unit, values, resources, all of that, we can better support them. And I get to be in the space where, like, families choose. I'm not in a public school anymore, and sometimes it's like you're there, and families might get frustrated. But families choose to come to a transition support service, or choose places, and I want that collaboration to look so much different. I don't want it to be about us versus them. I want it to be, hey, we're here for a little bit. what are we all working on?
Yeah.
Because and families know that best. And it's not my place to impart my own values as an educator at all. I can give them ideas and resources and problem solve, but it's not my job to tell them where they should go and how they should get there.
I love that. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. And I hope that other teachers really embody that same sense of value and like intrinsic expression for the other person to be able to kind of understand for themselves their own self perspective of those things, because I think that especially with teachers, great teachers can really have impacts on kids, and it can be positive and negative as far as the values that they're trying to place onto those students. So I think that was just so beautifully said. Thank you so much. How can schools better support diverse learning styles? I think probably this we could just wrap it up with the sentence right now. Just, Adam, what do you think about that?
I mean, choices, right? Like so much of that just boils down to choices. And I've worked in traditional public ed as well as a couple different private settings, and from a district level, from a classroom level, you have to have policies, right? But there is this element of policies only work like in theory, not in practice, right? And having people who are willing to, you talked about seeing the individual earlier and treating each case as an individual and really diving into that individual's needs, and providing options and choices on the front end instead of leaning back into a policy, I think is a meaningful and helpful space to think about how we approach that. And there's simple practical ways of doing that. Like, you talk about Maurice was talking about kind of what's the environment that instruction is being delivered in, or is it push in or pull out, right? Really, really kind of basic things, all the way down to, are we implementing something that's really specific for that student in terms of the way that they're accessing curriculum? Are we building curriculum around that student's social needs? Are we thinking about like grouping and pairing activities in a mixed classroom setting, and how we're utilizing those? Are there ways that we can use students' special interests, particular skills, put them in spaces where they can succeed, and think about that, utilizing their positive interests and skills to develop them effectively. So there's lots of ways that they can do that, but I think big picture, that boils down to being willing to address each individual, as opposed to, hey, here's the blanket policy. And that can be tricky, but I think it's a meaningful value. And if you're having conversations with schools and administrators about kind of reading between the lines of what this is going to look like if we're in that space, I think some of the questions that I ask are always around, hey, how do you treat individual situations, as opposed to what's your policy on this idea?
Yeah. I really like that a lot. I think that it's important, and I hope administrators, I'm going to just send this to administrators. I hope that they can listen, so that, because I think it's so important that they're hearing all of these types of experiences, so that they can start putting into place maybe things that might be missing, maybe things that they could support their staff more, support their students more, support their environment of their entire school more. I think there's so much just work to be done, but I hope that we have some people that are really taking actionable steps to create these things for us. Maurice, what do you think about better supporting diverse learning styles? I think that's what I asked.
So for me, I'm going to come from a parent standpoint. My son is really young. So right now he's strictly in a special education class. So I don't know what it's going to look like in the future, but we have asked that he gets some integration with, I guess they call it mainstream. I don't know all the terminology. Okay. And so just to see, but at the end of the day, if it doesn't work for him and special education route all the way through is what he needs, I'm okay with that. well, I still want us to try because I don't know. I was reading a paper. I'm in college right now, and I was reading a paper about that, and they polled students 30 years afterwards, and they were saying like when I went into the mainstream, it didn't prepare me for life. Like when I came out, when I graduated, I guess these were special needs individuals, and it said it did not prepare them for real life. Versus the children or individuals that stayed in the special education route, they said, "Hey, when I came out, they gave me the life skills I needed because they tailored that education for them, for their needs." Versus just, "Hey, everybody needs algebra, everybody needs geometry. Let's go." So that's my thoughts. Education and what was it? What was the exact words?
To support diverse learning styles.
For diverse learning. There we go. That's not.
No, I love that.
Maurice, like that's so awesome to think about. Just like what's the educational benefit of being in that mainstream classroom? Is he accessing the learning, or is he there as a participant to socialize with peers and learn what a other learning environment is? When I first started off, I was a behavior analyst at a school district, and I was in a special ed classroom with 8 students with autism, all varying learning needs, and I was doing a functional behavior assessment for a client there. And I was working with a clinical supervisor, and they said, "Well, take some video." So I did. And the student sat at the table, and the teacher was delivering content instruction, and the student was stimming and not looking in any particular direction, kind of like doing their own thing. And my clinician said, "What's the educational benefit for him at that moment?" And I said, "I don't know." And then there's your answer. He said, "Is he learning to sit in a chair? If he's learning to sit in a chair, then he's doing great. If he's learning the content, is anyone checking that he understands the content? No. Okay, so then is he getting educational benefit from it? We don't know." Like, so how are we going to keep checking to see, are they accessing what they're supposed to be at that time? And it's stuck in my head since I was 22 years old. Like, what is the educational benefit of being in this place at this time? And is it working for them? Because it might be better to be in a different classroom where they get a different ratio of instruction, people that understand universal learn and design, maybe a behavior support specialist, someone else to help facilitate the learning. Because the bottom line is our teachers in our mainstream classrooms are really challenged with, some of them have never had any level of special education instruction. They may not be credentialed in this space, and they're trying to create learning environments, and it's very challenging for them to understand all the needs of diverse learners when there may be, in my son's case, in his classrooms, 30 students in the class. You've got 6 of them with special needs at least. And asking a teacher to accommodate all those learning styles is a pretty tall order. So if you can get that educational benefit in the best setting, like you're saying, maybe that's just the right thing. And maybe that's going to be the long-term, oh, I got something really great out of that. So I don't know, just asking the question, like what is the support look like? Do they have it, or would another environment be better, is kind of my thing that I go to.
I love that. In our home specifically, and I'm going to talk on 2 different things, is we went through some bullying when my daughter was first going into middle school. And the crazy thing is that she's it's one of those autistic female, high functioning, high intellect pieces where she loves to learn. She loved the teachers loved her, and I'm going to say this all just respect for everyone. She's a very beautiful individual, and for some reason that is a challenge for other people her age. And it was just constant grouping up on this one person. It was constant, 3 against 1, 5 against 1 all the time. And it's just so struggling for me to understand. And my husband said something this morning that so last night, I'm sorry, this is in the middle of this and I'm going to do this, but last night we had a situation where we had to take our daughter's boyfriend to the emergency room because two other individuals from the neighborhood jumped him and beat him up, dislocated his shoulder. And we just like, he just called me and I rushed him down to the emergency room. And, everyone was, the police were involved, all of these things, all these pieces moving. And all because these two individuals are so intelligent. People around them don't get them. They don't understand them. They're always ganging up. It's like always more against the one. And it just it infuriates me for first off. And so I apologize to bring that to this panel. But I think that the important part I really want to talk on is that when we started our middle school journey and we started seeing these, girl gangs ganging up on her, threatening every single day to find her and do these things to her and do these. And I went to the school with all my heart pleading, how can you help? And they simply looked at me and said, we'll isolate her. We'll put her in isolation. We'll move her away from the problems. And I was so upset. And this is the second time in the school district I've had to pull a child out indefinitely because they are just not supporting my kids' educational anything. Like, she wants to learn. She loves to learn. This isn't fair. And so for the last 2 years, I've had to take on middle school on my own at home. And I've really focused on resiliency, on self-determination, on self-advocacy, way more, sorry, than English, Adam, or, or any of those things, because I see that need that she is going to have this resilience within her to come up against these groups of people that are going to come at her. Because I think that, and I, sorry to be disrespectful to them, but ultimately they as a group cannot amount to what she is as a one person individual. And it's just this crazy mindset. So schools, you have to do better. I don't understand why we protect bullies, why we allow those types of individuals to stay in school. I don't care if it's 6 people you have to expel and only the one gets to stay because she was the victim. I don't understand that. I just don't understand that. So sorry about that. But I also think it's meaningful for people to think about, the bullying aspect and how many different areas of our lives it can cover. So yeah.
Well, Sarah, it goes back to inclusion, right? And what do people understand about what inclusive environments mean? And I think there's clearly a lack of understanding and tolerance, that isn't foundationally supported in that learning community,
Yeah. And so sorry, I'm a little bit out of my sorts. It's been really emotional and a little bit overwhelming to think I thought I had come so far, especially with these two individuals who I literally have spent a lot of their lifetime, these two other kids, spent at my house growing up. I fed them during summers. I, took them to go do fun things and really spent time with them and connected with them as little kids. And so it's disappointing to know that now I'm how could you do this to my family? You're we've done so much for you. But I think they're not obviously getting all of the supports in their life that they need either. So let's, be honest about that. Where were they let down? Where have they been, kind of dropped on the whatever not important list, and they have to fend for themselves at that point. But yeah, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have gone off on such a tangent. But I think, what role does self-advocacy play, right? And I think self-advocacy is a lot can happen when you learn to advocate for yourself. So yeah. Maurice, what do you think about that? I mean, yours is just your guys still little. He can't probably advocate for himself as much yet, and you're doing a lot of that work for him. How does that look for you in his education now?
So I'm glad you mentioned that. My son has, he's considered nonverbal. And about maybe just say 2 years ago, he had 30 words in his vocabulary. So we put him in speech. And, you take him to the developmental pediatrician and they say, hey, he needs at a minimum 1 hour a week. Well, when you go to the IEP, the school offers 30 minutes. So for about, I don't know, I say a year, I've been like, hey, well, reading his thing from the developmental pediatrician, which is a DMAS 7 in Virginia. It says that he needs at least a minimum of 1 hour. Oh no, our data shows he doesn't need it. The data doesn't, he's fine, he's fine. So what we've been doing is now we've been placing him in speech outside as well. So he gets it in school and he gets it outside. But that takes a toll on us, right? Because now I have to get out of work early. I have to drive and pick him up, or I take him in the mornings and he goes to school late, or I miss work, one of the two. And so finally, they sent home a paper for soccer. And they were like, oh, we can, he can do soccer this day, 30 minutes on Wednesdays, every Wednesday. I said, oh, wait a minute. So the next IEP meeting, I sat down. I said, so you're telling me he has a deficit with language speech that he cannot get 30 extra minutes in speech therapy, but he can get 30 minutes on a soccer field. Help me understand. And I read their words to them in the IEP. These are your words. So then they're like, and the principal's there. So he's like, okay, what we're going to do is we're going to do 6 weeks for him in speech for an hour. I said, okay, thank you. So they collected data. All her results was like 75% increase, 80% increase, all this. So I'm looking at them and I'm like, So moving forward, my son now has an hour of speech in the school. So I don't have to take that time from his education or my work schedule. And it's just, to me, was just, as a parent, very frustrating because it was the same speech lady and she just was adamant that she didn't want to do it. She even tried to break the 30 minutes up into two 15-minute sessions. And I was like, ma'am, that makes no sense. By the time you get him from the class and transition him into your setting, he's not learning. He's probably still stimming. My son stims. He elopes. There's a lot of things that require more time with him. So if he has an hour, maybe 5-10 minutes, he's in his own feelings and then he'll start to cooperate or whatnot. So I was happy I called that a win, but I was still frustrated that it took me almost 7-8 months just to get that. And to me, that's crazy. We got to do better. That's all I got.
100%. 100%. Adam, tell us your 2 cents or 10 or 25.
Yeah. I'll start by thank you, Sarah, for the vulnerability on the call. I know that's like hard to bring into this space, but it's important for people to hear real stories that are happening.
I appreciate it.
And recognizing that. And I'll echo, I've my son ADHD and dyslexia diagnosis, and we had to do the same thing. We had to go get an external eval and go through the whole process because the district didn't want to implement services. So I have walked that role both as a parent and on the other side in an administrative role. In terms of thinking about how do we build those spaces, it really, like, so much of that comes back to community, right? And so that's that tricky part, right? From an educational standpoint of, I want to make sure that kids are in the supported spaces that they need, and also that there's ample opportunities for other kids to learn from them, and to develop those situations. And sounds like all of those things existed, and you still had a negative experience. I'm hopeful that your daughter and her boyfriend have other good relationships and friends that they can connect with, and recognize that the world is not all dark and terrible. But that's an important space to walk through, particularly with young adults in that space, because what's happening now can feel like all that there is. And so really making sure that happens in terms of building opportunities. It starts with conversations like these. It starts with conversations that we as professionals have within our social circles and networks, and starting to create those opportunities for inclusion. And how do schools best support that? Schools are part of that conversation, right? Is there a community action group within your district who's actively working with your school administration to create those spaces, and to better integrate? Those are important organizations, because they're standing in that space of advocacy within the district from a parent and family perspective. And then our teachers involved in those conversations too, right? They're the boots on the ground every day. Your teachers and paraprofessionals who are the ones having to step in, and to provide those kind of in the moment interventions before something reaches this blow up point. And so that's really, as I think about kind of your particular experience and experiences in general, a lot of things can hide, right? I remember one really terrible incident with a young man who was, some other students were catfishing him as another person. And we had to go through a whole expulsion process. So, you know, there's bad things that happen out in the world, and they can hide, right? Those things can be invisible to adults a lot, especially as students age up and we're giving them more autonomy. So creating spaces where those conversations can happen, creating opportunities for, you know, training and ongoing conversation with the adults who are in their lives day to day is super, super important as part of that process, I think.
I couldn't agree more. And really just allowing them like that space to feel heard and listened to, and understanding that, I like that you said that it's a, oh, now I'm not remembering your exact words, but I had a feeling when you said it. But it was like, you know, when kids are navigating this space, they need to feel like they don't need to hide, that they can come to us. And obviously this was, you could see what had happened, but you know, I'm sure that there's been many instances that they haven't told me about where they were just you know, exchanging words or whatnot with one another. So yeah, that's so important. Amy, what do you have to add to that kind of piece?
It's a really kind of an emotional topic, right? Like we're sitting and thinking through experiences where we've observed or directly experienced or tried to advocate on behalf of different folks. And I really, I suppose the thing that I always go back to is like this culture. I believe that kids walk into a school like, and when they're young and like can form curiosity and have different ideas, but like if they're in an environment where there's shared understanding and teaching and amplifying of different voices and perspectives, then I tend to think our kids go in the right direction, right? When they don't understand what the needs are of a particular individual, our kids are curious and ask questions, but like I don't think that they tend to go towards not including unless that's a part of the culture of the environment. Yeah. My son is close friends with a boy with cerebral palsy in a wheelchair. This kid's the most popular kid in the school because they have made it such that we are a community of helpers. We're a community of people that understand. We want to include, we find ways to include every field day, every activity. There's the way that how will this individual be included? And I just, I think that that's where it starts. I'm a middle schooler. Middle school is ripe for what you're talking about, Sarah, where there's like judgment or lack of understanding. And my son's principal, there's 2 autistic boys in the school. They are frequently at the front door handing out gum to kids. You want to know why? Creates conversation. My son might not know what to say to an individual with autism. He might not have that experience, but he sure can understand how to exchange with someone when they're offering him a piece of gum. And it's building like, here, hey, they're just like everyone else. They're just a person trying to have a friendship, trying to make connect. So I think it's like, how do we start at the top and like amplify the voices of people, amplify or challenge the connotations people have? Someone might think that someone who is nonverbal is not intelligent, and that's just not the case. That's not my experience. That is not my experience at all. They might think they can't understand. That is not my experience at all either. So how do we challenge those connotations and really, really like say, hey, we're going to amplify and kind of discredit the way you might be thinking about someone. And so that you can have that aha learning moment of, I might have had this connotation. It's okay to have a connotation. you sometimes rush to judgment, but as long as you accept that you might be wrong about it too. So I would love to see folks, building off what Adam said, like, do you have a community action committee? Do you have a group of people who are stand-uppers, who are going to be kind of there to raise the voices and challenge people's connotations of what they've had? I think people challenge or create narratives because they don't understand. And they might not have people around them to kind of nudge them about their understanding. So if schools can really think about, hey, this inclusive communities are here to stay, they're not going anywhere. Let's go ahead and like reshape the way we think and reshape the way they elevate different voices at schools. I think it would be really go a long way. And ultimately, if you're an administrator, you're dealing with something like bullying, it's only going to decrease the amount of time you spend on bullying if you educate the people about why we're treating people with humanity, and you're spending a lot more time on positive energy than the corrective. And that's what I would like to do, is spend a lot more time on positive things than corrective.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's just, it's so important that we see the big picture for this community, as once again, when we are building for all, when we're including everyone in the conversation, even as well, that's where we can start to bring in maybe perspectives that people haven't seen yet. And when we bring everyone to the table. So, and when we leave those people out, then those are all the things that we will never know. So regret. No. It is so lovely to have all of you. Thank you so much for, volunteering your time to be here this morning to share with us in such a meaningful way. We're just going to kind of combine these last two into one cohesive thing. What's one thing you would change about education, and a strategy somebody might begin to use immediately? You can answer both, one, either, whatever feels right to you. Maurice, what do you think about those things? Leave us with your thoughts today. Oh, sorry. Let me unmute you if you're there. We go. Oh, you unmuted, then I muted you back. Now you're unmuted again. So try yourself again there. Sorry. There
Sorry
we go.
about that. So for me, for education, one thing that I would change is when you initially, I'm not gonna talk about the school setting, I'm referring to like when you initially get like the diagnosis for your child. I was handed a packet and I was told to go home. I had no help. I had no nothing, no understanding, no one to talk to. And everything that I'm doing now, I have been navigating on my own and asking like other parents that have children, especially. I have nothing. My family doesn't have anyone else in like similar to me and my child. So for me, that piece of education, I feel like I'm like behind the curve a little bit. So that's why when I went to those IEP meetings, I came in there like, okay, whatever you say, thank you so much. Like not knowing, no, you have a voice. You need to stand up. You need to declare things. You need to say, I need this for my child because my child needs this, right? And so just if we could change that piece, if the whoever diagnoses the child can give you more education then up front, like, hey, let's, we're going to do the evaluation. Maybe you can come back in a week and we can sit down and have a 30-minute conversation about what to expect, what's coming, versus like this nice big package. And I'm just flipping through and what is this? Like, it's so inhumane. Like I didn't have a human to talk to. And I love to read, but I would have loved to have had someone to face with. And so that's the one piece I think I would love to change about education.
Yeah, I think that's, I've kind of in another discussion we had talked about, what if a parent advocate could always be there when somebody was getting a diagnosis for the first time? What if there could always be that important piece of this individual who could just take your hand and say, it's okay. Like, I've been here and now I'm going to just like, you lean on me. Like, oh my gosh. Like, we need to create that. There needs to, I'm getting all emotional here. I think that would be so, so helpful for families, for parents, and even individuals that could understand they're not alone in our community. Obviously is growing so much more, and we're all showing up at places like this in public and together, and really using our voices in such a strong way. So I'm just so proud of that. Yeah, it needs to be like at the forefront of everyone's mind. Amy, what do you think? What are your kind of final thoughts to leave us with?
I'm at a loss on this one. I don't think I can really pinpoint a single.
She's staying forever. She's not leaving anyways.
I can't come up with a single thing. I will say, I guess one thing that I think of with special ed in particular, when I worked in K-12 ed, and then I started to work for College Living Experience. And what I thought was important in K-12 ed, I was quickly disproven by once I got into adult services. And I said, I should have started with adult services and then gone to K-12 ed. So I think of you, Maurice, of like, you've got a young one, and like everyone needs to go really think about where we're trying to get to. So I guess that's one thing, is like you kind of become this like authority of like what someone should learn, and writing goals and IEP goals about what someone needs to know without knowing where they're trying to get to, or like what the environment is on the other side. And like, does it really matter if we can count coins? Because I'm still seeing those IEP goals, and I don't think it matters anymore. Does it really matter like if they can look at an analog clock? Nope. So I just think like really peel back and strike what is important or what can be accommodated. And we're in this like fast-paced changing world. We're watching the evolution of technology move. I don't think kids are going to have driver's licenses in the same way in like 20 years. So I guess like I wish I could change what we're stuck on as a skill they have to learn, and think about what's going to be best later. Because I was wrong, and I can willingly say that, like I was wrong about a lot. No disrespect to the families who I worked with when I was younger. I apologize. We're operating within my best understanding, but now I can say something different. So I think we need to think about this ever-changing world and modify what we're really paying attention to.
I love that. Adam?
Yeah, I'll just piggyback on Amy and be very quick. I wish we did more vocational skills, hard skills and soft skills training. Bring back more vocational programs as a very clear option, but specifically, like, what does it look like to go to work for somebody else outside of an educational setting and be at work every day, across the board? Like every young adult I work with, neurodiverse or otherwise, that like subset of skills doesn't go away, and we don't spend enough time focusing on it in K-12 ed.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for your just thoughtfulness and bringing such amazing intention today to this panel. Thank you guys for, like I said, volunteering your time. I appreciate it. And I'm really excited to stay in touch and learn more about you and connect more on some different areas and collaborations. So lots of connecting to do after this. We're gonna have maybe we should do a network meeting or something after this, and we can all just chat. This has been so much fun, and I'm so grateful for your time, and I honor and thank you for it. And yeah, thank you guys so much.
Thanks,
Maurice, I muted you again. You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you guys, and we'll definitely be in touch and catch up with you soon.
All right, awesome. Bye-bye, y'all.
Thank you. Wow. I'm so grateful to the individuals who, come to be a part of these summits with me, and just the most special friends that I end up with throughout my life in these connections. But we have our two panelists that are here. I think that we had some changes with some individuals, and everything has happened so crazy in the last 24 hours, but I'm going to bring you guys up and we'll get started and then we'll try to sort out the craziness from there. Hello, Miss Whitney.
Hello.
How are you? It's so strange. Like your camera was working in the back and now I don't see your camera working on the stage. I don't even understand how that's possible.
Oh, it's like last year. It really is. Gotta have that, right?
Hi, Timothy.
Hello.
It's so nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you too.
I'm so glad you're here with us. Okay, Whitney, I'm just going to bump you back and put you back up and see what happens here.
Okay.
Timothy, thanks. Bear with us while we work through some technical things. It's just the strangest thing ever. I am just not sure what's happening, Miss Whitney. I completely see you in the back and don't see you on the stage. I'm just not sure. I might actually have you. Oh, there you go. I might actually have you log back out and log back in just in case and double check that if you would. I'm happy to have you present here, but we can't see you, and I would love to be that part of it. So or for that to be a part of it. Okay, we'll see if she can log back out and in. Timothy, hi. Thanks for being here. The founder of Tips for Inclusion. Tell us a little bit introduce yourself. It's so nice to meet you.
I'm Timothy Rohr. I'm a public speaker, author, and self-advocate for autism acceptance and disability inclusion. My mission is to teach people without disabilities, especially students in regular ed in schools, how to include their peers with autism and other disabilities, because when I was in high school, me and my fellow peers with disabilities were pushed to learn how to socialize, and it didn't work for us to be included by the mainstream students. It's a two-way street.
Yeah.
We also have to teach the regular ed students how to communicate with the special ed students.
Yeah, isn't that the case? And just by being able to do that is exactly what we need. We need those just raw experiences, just those natural environmental experiences that you can participate in to help others learn how to better support you and how to be a friend and all of those things. Isn't that the truth? Let's see. Hopefully we see you, Whitney. You're here. You've joined us.
Yes. One thing I've learned is I'm really good at breaking things and then immediately fixing them on my end. So we're good.
Well, that's wonderful. And I like to fix when I was little, I loved fixing like radios. Like I was so mechanical. I would just love taking things apart and putting them back together. Yeah, couldn't see that I was autistic, apparently. No, just joking. Isn't it funny how things change over time? But looks like there is a tiny bit of a delay in the feed, so hopefully that will just catch up as we keep moving along. We did have some changes. Greg had to step away this morning from the panel, so I think it might just be the three of us. So this is cozy, and we can, go through these and just take our time answering them. Whitney, are you still with us? You're frozen on that end.
Yep, I'm still with you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly.
At least I'm smiling in this frozen frame this time,
you are smiling, and that's okay. Like I was just gonna say, I'm just gonna bump you again and see if it does anything here. Now your camera's gone. Oh my heavens, Whitney, this thing. Hey, nope. Oh my heavens. Well, we're going to leave you up here and then you troubleshoot your camera and see, and you can just log out and in whatever is necessary to try to figure it out, because this is our hour before lunch, so we could take as much or little time as we need, Timothy. So where are you at in the world?
Like I'm in Freehold, New Jersey.
New Jersey. Oh, I hear great things about New Jersey. Do you go down to the boardwalk a lot or at all?
I do.
Oh, do you love it there?
Yes.
Oh, I bet. I have a friend who lives close by, and she says she watches off her back deck, watches all the boardwalk and all the fun they're having. So that's exciting. What inspired your advocacy journey? Tell us about tips for inclusion and what that means.
One part of my advocacy journey is because while in high school, I was bullied and excluded for having autism by my regular ed peers, and I wanted to make a difference for regular ed students to include their peers with disabilities.
I'm so glad. And so you founded Tips for Inclusion. And are these like, what kind of tips are these? Are these financial tips? Are they speaking tips?
They're speaking tips, and for starters, when I first started my career, I wrote a pamphlet for younger children called "How We Could Influence People with Disabilities," which I originally wrote in an essay form, and I have 10 tips of how kids can include their peers with disabilities.
I love that. That's wonderful. And, it's so meaningful when our advocacy stems from our own experiences. And we can really take that and it's very powerful when we can move that into the community and help others with those things so that they can be and feel more included and just be better part of the community. Whitney, we're so happy to have you here and have you back to another.
Yes.
Summit. So thank you so much. And we're just gonna wing it, and hopefully all of the technology catches up with itself.
Yes, I'm like, don't touch anything now. You guys have my face, you have my voice. I will be content with that.
There we go. We're good with that. I agree. Please introduce yourself. Let us know a little bit more about you.
Hi, I'm Whitney Hodgins, BEd. I'm coming to you live from Brandon, Manitoba in Canada. I am a person on the autism spectrum, and I've been an advocate now for about 16 going on 17 years. So very, very long time.
Absolutely. We're so grateful to have you here. It's so fun to you kind of know what the summit was like last time, and just the collaboration, connection, and networking, I guess, that can come out of it. And I'll tell you, I was so impressed with that email thread at the very beginning when I emailed everyone, and then all of a sudden everybody started introducing themselves to one another, and I was so honored and impressed that everyone took that time to see that the people here that are all signing up for this are all doing it for the same reason and for the same needle to move forward. And I love that, like, I don't think anyone was like, stop emailing me, or anything. And it's, when you get this reply all from 78 people, it was just beautiful. And I'm just so proud of everyone who participated in doing that and really bringing together our community even more. So it was fantastic. Right away, right off the bat, right? When you were kind of doing your troubleshooting, we had asked Timothy about his inspiration for his advocacy journey. What would you say, Whitney, is your inspiration for your advocacy journey?
It kind of has couple of mini stories. So one starts with myself. I grew up in a rural community, and when I was diagnosed, I was a little bit older than everyone else. I was 14 at the time. So I was very aware of what was going on, what we were doing. And then I get this diagnosis, and I find very quickly there are absolutely no supports for someone like me. And I was, just kind of at a loss. My family was at a loss. Shout out to my mom. She was my advocate before I became an advocate. So I took some of the pages out of her textbook. And I just got really frustrated with the system. And so I started advocating. And then fast forward, I'm still a baby advocate at this point. I call myself a baby advocate many years ago. And I actually was standing up in legislature for a totally separate issue. I was speaking against tuition increases. I was a university student at this point. I went from being in high school, frustrated, to now I'm actually on the front line as a university student advocating as well. And I get a text message, and I'm literally about to hit the podium to do testimony in like 5 minutes at this point. And it's my sister. And she goes, "Hey, just wanted to let you know your nephew is on the spectrum." And with that, there's your wake up call, right? Like, okay, you're about to hit the stage. You got 5 minutes. You're getting like this information. And so now you get torn between two places, right? Physically, you're about to do your thing, be an advocate. On the other side, you've got your family hat on and you're going, oh my gosh, I really need to be there and be supportive of my family. And so that kind of inspired me a lot to go harder than I was going previously. And now everyone kind of knows who Whitney Hodgins is as a result. And I give huge props to my nephew. He always keeps me grounded all the time. And he reminds me of what I was like when I was his age all the time. And so, yeah, that's kind of who my big inspiration is that individual. And whenever I am going into advocacy, I always keep my family at the forefront of everything I do, because I know that the work I do today is also going to impact not just my family, but other families tomorrow.
So true. And, our advocates that are advocating today, the three of us here, are creating what we hope is a better space for all those who will come after us to stand, hopefully in the large spaces we create for them. Timothy, what challenges have you faced while advocating?
I started my career in 2018, in late 2018, around November, and I had some speaking engagements during 2019, but during 2020, my work came to an abrupt halt from COVID-19, and I didn't let it stop me completely. And during the time of the pandemic, I made more resources like my YouTube videos and my children's books.
Oh, I love that. Tell us about those. I want to know more about what you have going on. Tell us about your YouTube and your children's books.
My YouTube channel, I started out with making vlogs of me speaking. And then during the pandemic, I made more animated videos. And now I've been making vlogs, but in YouTube Shorts.
Oh, that's wonderful. My son has a YouTube channel, and he's 16. He started it a few years ago, and he monetized just a few months ago. And Timothy, I'm so excited for him because it's kind of like his first job, and he's making money doing something he loves, making the videos he loves, doing the education part that he loves. And it might look different to other people who may not completely understand or even know what a number block is, but he loves them and he celebrates them and he creates all of this content around it. And he has a huge community that supports it. So I think that that's incredible that you did that. Tell us about your children's book.
At a conference before COVID, I suggested I should write a book, and I wrote a book called Timmy's Story, a story about autism and friendship. It teaches kids how autism affects Timmy and how happy he feels when his classmates include him. And it's called Timmy's Story because Timmy was my childhood nickname.
Good. Oh, it's so important that you do that. Oh, thanks, Mom. Yay, look at that. Timmy's Story. We have 2 beautiful books. Oh, thank you for sharing that. And please, let's make sure we have the links and we'll put those in the comments so that people can go and look at those books and find your YouTube and everything. So I'll make sure I put that down in the comment for you. That's
They're
wonderful.
on Amazon, by the way.
On Amazon. Love it. And do you have a website?
I do.
What is that called?
It, it's tips for the number 4 inclusion.website.com/disability inclusion.
Might have to tell me that. Tips for inclusion dot.
Okay, I'll put it in the chat.
Okay, you do that, and I'll copy it. That'd be great. Thank you. Well, we appreciate you, being here and being vulnerable and sharing with us your challenges as well as your amazing successes with your book and your YouTube. Thank you so much. And yes, I'll make sure to post those and share them for you. Whitney, what do you say are some challenges that you've faced in your advocacy journey?
Oh, there's so many because it's covered so many years, right? I would say the first one was dealing with the gender bias that exists with the spectrum. I'm a woman on the spectrum, so a lot of people kind of had a hard time in the very early days wrapping their heads around, okay, but isn't this a boys only condition? And the answer is no. Nowadays, because of science, we have caught up slightly. I would say slightly because the whole women on the spectrum experience hasn't been fully captured yet. We're working on it though, right? And then after that, it was trying to get myself out there and talking about what it's like living on the autism spectrum, what it's like navigating certain spaces on the spectrum, but then also trying to be taken seriously, not just by, other people in the community, but experts or quote unquote experts. And this could be anything from teachers, lawyers, doctors, you name it. And so those were some of the bigger challenges. But I think when it comes down to it, at the end of the day, it's also trying to implement things from within government institutions, because government institutions often is where my advocacy really shines, can sometimes just be very hard to get things through for whatever reason. And so then that bottlenecks into, well, implementation takes a very long time. And so that's been kind of like my biggest issues lately, from past to now here we are in the present. And, that's just a snapshot of how I'm perceiving my issues right now. That could change literally tomorrow.
Isn't that the case? And, when we kind of are fueled by these challenges, it sometimes helps us be curious about, okay, well, what do we need to do something to shift in a new direction or to pivot in a different way that, we can help the society better understand? Because I think that as is the ongoing theme, our world and era today has heard the word autism more and finally louder than ever before. Now, do they understand what that means? No. Can they put meaningful action towards, what that means? Not yet. But we can build on the fact that the word autism is more prevalent, and we can build on that. And I think that is maybe kind of lean to our next question. And how can organizations better partner with autistic advocates? What do you find, Timothy? How can organizations better partner with you and your organization to make change?
Do outreach to different advocates and to network and collaborate.
I love that. It's really important that we do that. And when we do that, we usually find that our community is very, very big and that there are a lot of pieces, even in our own local parts, that we can, may not have known that we can connect with. So I think it's really important that we keep that in the forefront of getting organizations better in line with autistic individuals. What do you have to add to that, Whitney?
I I think it starts there. But I also think there needs to be more in terms of service provisions. So where I am right now, where we tend to struggle, because I focus on trying to change a system for long term rather than just quick little short term bursts. That's been my goal. That's why I've been here for 17 years almost. So, is fighting that long term battle. And so, what we find is that once a law passes, say on the national level, which is huge, by the way, because we have managed to do that, now we have to focus on what can we do on a provincial level, because not all of the federal pieces will translate into the provincial side completely. So then you have to go back and you have to create another piece of legislation for provinces to address. And so that takes more time. And so it has this really long trickle down effect. And so I think when it comes to also including autistic people in that, I think government institutions, service institutions, they need to start leaning into the community a lot more. Offering paid opportunities for our community would be ideal, because we do not give this knowledge for free. We are people that have to make an income too. And so also recognizing that the knowledge we give is also paid labor is also hugely important. And then also when it comes to the consultation and collaboration phase, it shouldn't just be a one meeting, one-off situation. It should be a continuous, as I said, long-term situation. If you know there's someone in your community that actually has a lot of insight to give, or multiple people in the community would be best, not just one, because we're a spectrum, right? But any opportunity you have to incorporate us, I think would be hugely beneficial when we start to look at those intricate pieces of implementation, to make sure that when we do things, we're doing it right the first time and we aren't having to double back and fix mistakes. Because that's one thing I've noticed over the last over a decade, is that we rush to get to that finish line, and then we get there, we cross it, and we messed up, and then we have to go back.
Yep. I think that the more we build for all, the less messes we will clean up later on. The more we make available for everyone, the people who need the accommodations have it. The people who don't need the accommodations can use them if they need them. Why not? What if they do want them? What if they find that, oh my gosh, I didn't even know that I needed this accommodation, and now it's been made for this entire building, if say, and now everybody can take part in it, and what a meaningful and beautiful thing. Not to mention how much belonging and inclusivity that also creates in those situations where we're not creating fixes and backup and patches where things weren't built correctly to begin with. Couldn't agree more. This is such a huge question. What misconceptions still need to be challenged? Timothy, I think that you are a wonderful advocate for helping us understand in your perspective what that question means to you.
A misconception that people with autism and other disabilities don't want to be social. And even though they may have a hard time talking to people, especially on their own, they still want to be included and to socialize with people without disabilities.
And how do you find, maybe when you're out in public, how does that piece work for you? Do you find people are being more inclusive, or are they being more judgmental in their perceptions?
Like when I speak to elementary school students and some middle schools, they're definitely open to learn how to include their peers, and kids talk about me to their parents.
Yeah. That's wonderful. That's really, really like bringing some value to those kids' life that it's going to be lifelong. I kind of feel that way about my children's books. I also have 7 children's books about Down syndrome, anxiety, autism, dyslexia, and physical differences. And when I had them in, it was like I think my kiddo was in 2nd grade, and I went to like the parent teacher conference and said, do the kids like the books? Like, what do they think? And she said, they fight over them. They're fighting over the books. They all want to read the books. But oh, that was so special to me, because that means each of those children will take the information that they've been learning about their peers and take it with them forever. They'll have that information always. And I think that that's just such a beautiful gift to give to our younger generation to help their peers in the future. So I really hope so, at least. Whitney, what misconceptions still need to be challenged today?
Ooh, that's a loaded one.
I know.
I think one of the prevailing misconceptions is that this is a children's only issue. It's not. It's an adult through the lifespan issue. And so what I'm seeing and what others are seeing is that our research doesn't reflect that. And so now we have to play catch up so that the services that adults need get to the adults that need it. Another thing that I see as a misconception is employment and what that could potentially look like. It's a lot of people, especially like when I was just starting out, would say things like, there's no hope for me. There's no hope that I could ever become employed. I could ever hold a job. But when you look at my resume, actually I can and hold it for a very long time. And so I think that is also a misconception. I also think because I'm also a master's student now, I think within the realm of academia and how a lot of times misconceptions get spread within an academic space about us. And we need academic researchers that are on the spectrum. Like, we desperately, desperately need them because we can't do the research to create these service provisions without those academics writing about it and getting it published and getting it out there to eliminate the misconceptions. So I think there's a lot of different misconceptions out there, but for me, those would be my top 3 that I work with and exist within. And I'm sure there's so many more out there.
Right? We'll link to the misconception page later. No, just joking. It is so true. And, as a mom, I could say that one interesting, like real measurable something I've seen physically happen is over the years, my son is 16, and over the years going to the same grocery store, let's say. And there were times where we would have more difficult shopping times, and everyone, could hear and see and a lot of times judge for themselves what was happening, never knowing, of course, what I was going through in those moments, or him, what he was going through in those moments, being having a photographic memory and having to absorb all of the information at a grocery store. So it took a little bit of time for me to even understand how, like, physically probably overwhelming that could have been for him. And it wasn't until he got a little bit older and the world decided to offer noise canceling headphones to us as an option. And I, would give them to him to wear into the store. And the reactions from the public and from the community are so very different. It's more understanding. It's more even smiles at him rather than these, grungy, cringy faces and dirty looks or questionable curiosities. And how interesting that is, and how a piece of headwear could change perspective or misconceptions of a person's needs or value. So I think that that's kind of interesting. And like I said, if it hadn't have been such a measurable output, I don't know that I would have noticed as much, but I certainly did. Call that my autistic pattern brain. How can people become more effective advocates? Timothy, how do you what do you tell your friends and your other peers? How can they become better, effective advocates?
Practice presenting to small groups and creating resources to share.
That's so special. And right now, let's just remind everyone they can go to tipsforinclusion.wixsite.com and you can find out more information about Timothy, children's books, and also his YouTube channel, so that you can better and go and support his advocacy work. Whitney, what do you think about that? How can we help people become better, effective advocates?
I think, at least from the autistic standpoint, and this is probably something that I share with other advocates that I've spoken to, is that we often worry about rocking the boat too hard with our delivery with things. And I think the reason why we became that way is because, again, as society looked and judged us whenever we would navigate the world around us in whatever context. And I think that it kind of, over time, without people realizing they were doing that, they kind of dimmed our light a little bit. And so we made ourselves to feel smaller, to conform to social needs and requirements in order to navigate the world around us. And I think in order to be a better advocate, we need to flip the script, as I like to call it. So we have been constantly told, maybe not verbally, but intrinsically, we have translated this message that who we are is not okay. And in order to make friends, have a job, have a house, have all those important things and milestones that we value as individuals, because not everyone's individual needs or wants or dreams will be the same, we have to conform to a certain reality. That's not true. When we think about accommodations, we need to be also thinking about what is best for the individual and not focusing so much on how do we get them to conform. We need to flip the script and realize that society is a diverse place that is filled with so many different people from so many different backgrounds. But at the end of the day, one of the areas within at least disability legislation that I constantly find irks me is that there's always this rule that as soon as you ask for help, it becomes too much. And that should never be the case, especially with people on the autism spectrum who are oftentimes too afraid to ask for help in the first place. We mask ourselves, or some of us do. Some of us, like myself, will mask ourselves to pass off as normal so that we don't become a burden on society. And meanwhile, we should actually be making that ask. We are entitled to it. By law, we are entitled to it. And so I think what we need is to be more outspoken. We need to rock that boat. We need to start pushing a bit harder, because at the end of the day, the moment that we start pushing a little bit harder or rocking the boat is the day that someone else will eventually come through that door and they might have an easier time than we did. And so being an advocate, in my sense of the word, I don't get to benefit from any of the things that I'm doing realistically. Like I'm past that. But that doesn't mean that it won't be easier for someone else when they go through the door. And that's the whole point of being an advocate. You're unlocking the door and opening it for somebody else. And so when we talk about what it takes to be advocates in our everyday lives, it's recognizing that it's not about finding a window to crawl into. It's about making sure the door we go through is the same door as everyone else, and that we open that up for somebody else.
I love that. That's really beautiful too. And just to, kind of add my 2 cents, if you will, I've always on my podcast kind of delivered a message I think is so important when you are, and this is coming from a space where I am a parent, but also a self-advocate. Now I can kind of come from that different perspective. But I think that having kind of like a tiered process is so important, that you are helping those who might be coming into this space brand new and just reaching a hand out and saying, I'm here. Let me help you. I can understand what you've already been going through. And then, of course, that person on that same level as you, where you are going through the same things, whether it's a child in the same age group or an adult, and you're the same, going through that same late diagnosis information together, whatever the case may be, that relatability to say, we're in the same place at the same time. What resources are you getting? How can we help one another? And then that third piece of that tiered system is that person that has already gone through that journey, who you can reach up to, who can reach down to you and hold you up and say, I've been on this journey. You can now come with me. And I think we could have this, like, a hands holding hands visually, basically, of the older and middle and the younger kind of versions of our experiences, to really have those resources, because it's so important. All of those pieces are so important.
Absolutely. And one way to contextualize this is, when I was going to school, I wasn't told I would be able to go to university, and here I am doing my master's of all things. Who would have thunk, right?
Yeah.
But then let's look at my nephew. He literally told us, I want to go to school one day. Now, for me, I had caseworkers telling me it's not possible. I had literally society pushing, saying it's not possible. Don't do it. You're setting yourself up for failure. And to see how far we've come and hear him say, I want to go to school one day. And everyone didn't know what to say. And so I literally turned around and I said, you know what, buddy? Yes, you can. And you will. And if I can do it, then you can do it. So do it.
Absolutely. And family support is so special. It's so special to individuals when they feel seen and valued for who they are, not wanting them to change for us to be more comfortable, but to really just say, thank you. Thank you for showing up as you. Thank you for being here in this space with me. And that is literally a thank you to both of you as well in this included space. So, oh boy, this is so wonderful. How can more? Oh, I think I already asked that. I think we're running through these outline here. What progress gives you hope? That's lovely. What do you think, Timothy?
Well, it gives me hope when students include others, and I presented to over 400 student assemblies and teacher workshops.
Oh, that's so special. Thank you for your work you're doing. And, I really hope that the community is taking what you're sharing and really using it as a valued tool in their settings, in their classrooms and at their homes. Because it's so special to have advocates go directly to schools and really teach that piece to a general population. I think it's so important. What about you, Whitney?
For me, it's when I actually get to see, and then maybe this is just my personal advocate win, is because a lot of my advocacy centers around bills, legislative bills, like government. And for me, what gives me hope is as soon as something reaches royal assent, which isn't the same in the United States, but in Canada, we have what's called royal assent. It's basically when the Governor General, who represents the British Crown, basically gives their royal stamp of approval saying that law is passed. Because up until that point, a bill can fail at any time. So for myself, progress isn't simply getting that bill to the next stage or stopping it from dying on the floor. It's that moment when the person who says this bill has reached royal assent, that to me is the biggest sign of hope, because our whole government systems have acknowledged that this bill went through every single process needed, which is quite lengthy depending on which branch of the government you go to. to make sure that that actually happens. And then from there, I then slowly kind of pull back. I get to rest. And so for me, whenever those things happen, that gives me hope about progress, is when that moment takes place. It's a bit of a adrenaline rush, because you could be fighting for a bill for years before it actually reaches that point. So for me, that's what gives me hope.
I love that. And I really do. I can see how that could. And for our, government here in the United States, and of course other governments all around the world, I hope that just one person is listening and can take some of this information to help move the needle, and really start to listen to the voices who will help change and you know build the future for the next generations, in such a more accommodating and graceful way, I believe. Let's hope. What changed? This is kind of an interesting question. I'm really interested to hear both of your answers on this. What change do you hope we'll celebrate 5 years from now? 2031, Timothy, we're going to get back together. What do you hope will have changed and will be celebrating?
That inclusion of people with autism and other disabilities is common throughout the United States as well as internationally.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself. 100%. And I think that's all of our hopes, especially those of us with, uh, individual challenges as parents, challenges as educators, administrators, employers, everything. I think that we really, when we advocate and build for all, we don't leave things out. So I think it's important that we stick to those values and guidelines moving forward for our the future of autism in general. What do you think about that? What change do you hope we'll celebrate 5 years from now, Whitney?
So for me, in advocacy land, I'm hoping within this next year, even that we pass a bill provincially where I am. It's called Bill 232. And I'm hoping that it passes because it actually calls on the government to implement supports that address the support needs of the autism community here in Manitoba. We had to get into a fight over it in the spring, and we kept it going so that it met committee stage. And committee stage means that the community can speak to this bill and provide their input and their guidance. And then in addition to that, I'm hoping within the next 5 years, some of those pieces of that bill actually get implemented, because here in Canada, we have been going without for far too long. Now's the time to act. And I know that I shared this panel on my Facebook, and I know there are some political figures on my Facebook. So I'm hoping they realize that I'm watching, I see them, and I know that they're going to do a good job. And if they don't, well, they know I know where to find them at the legislature. So, so they know, and they know that I'm somebody who has been doing this for a very long time. And that means that it takes a lot of heart, it takes a lot of courage, it takes a lot of strength, it takes a lot of mental aptitude to navigate the legal system. And it also means that, as an advocate, my job is to make sure that those things are happening and to make sure that families don't have to go one more extra day without. Because as I mentioned, it's been far too long, and it's 2026, and I'm hoping we are not going into another decade without proper support.
I couldn't agree more. Thank you so much for saying that. And let's, for the hope of all of Canada, they better get those bills passed. And, for us everywhere else around the world. And I think it's just so important that we do what we can. If you are just a mom in your house and you're listening today, just why don't you learn about what progress is being made in your community, what kind of community meetings are being held, and how you can join more and be more included in that. Um, it's been so lovely to have you both here with me, and I want to thank you and honor your time and your volunteering to do this with me and bring these messages to a wider audience. Of course, we hope we can reach all of the people who need us that we don't know yet and bring us, into this community and have them follow us along. Timothy, we're so thankful to have you here. Is there any final thoughts you'd like to leave with our listeners today?
Choose kindness, acceptance, and inclusion. And this is something that I conclude to students at school assemblies to be open to accept and include people with autism and other disabilities in their social circles.
Yeah, it's so important. And how are you doing with your group of peers now? Is it better now?
Yes, it's better now than it was in high school.
I love that. I'm so glad to hear that. Well, thank you so much for your time and your advocacy work. You can go to tipsforinclusion.wixsite.com to get more information about Timothy and his advocacy work that he does. And Whitney, do you have a website people could go to, or any resources or socials you want to add?
You can find me on LinkedIn, on Facebook, the classic spots. Yeah, thank you so much for having me here. It was great. I hope that folks who were tuning in realize that things are, really difficult, not just at home, but politically as well. And I hope they feel a little bit reassured in that there are advocates out there willing to go to legislature, to government, to knock on the doors, to get their ear, to hear us out. And that, we are pushing for support. We are pushing for those important things so that families don't have to, because what any family should be focused on is being a family. And that should be first and foremost. My mom shouldn't have had to have been an advocate so that I could get support. It should have just been automatic. And so for me, my hopes and dreams for the future is that one day a family will actually get my hopes and dreams, and diagnosis happens and bam, support is just automatic. You don't have to fight anymore. And so that's just my final 2 cents.
I love that. Thank you both so very much. And I'm really glad that we were able to meet Timothy and make this connection. And I look forward to, working with you in the future, collaborating in Whitney. It's always a pleasure and an honor to speak with you. And we're going to get you on camera so I can talk another time.
every year. One day. I should just keep coming back every year to see if one day
please.
It actually works.
No, it's what it's all about is, especially when we find our community that rallies with us, there's no better place to be than in kind of the arms of everyone else. So I love that. Thank you guys for being here and sharing this special panel and this space with us today to really learn from self-advocates themselves. And I think these are no offense to, professionals, these are the most important voices that you need to listen to today. So thank you so much, both of you, for being here. And we're going to start our lunch break off here in just a few minutes and get our refreshed and then finish off our panels for the afternoon. Thank you guys so much. And I look forward to staying in touch with you both.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Timothy. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, what a wonderful panel. And I had another advocate who couldn't make it but sent in a video. So I wanted to kind of just play his 5-minute video for the last 5 minutes on this panel. It kind of worked out perfectly, the timing, and that we got through everything the way we did. Because just at the last second, I was like, oh my gosh, I should pull that video up and play it really quickly since we have a little bit of just like 5 minutes before lunch. So I'm going to play it. It is also from one of our friends in Canada. His name is Mateo, and he is a self-advocate and has some special talents and interests. But I won't give anything else away. I'll just bring up the video so you guys can see that and check it out. And then after that, I'll come back on and say goodbye for the lunch break. And then we will be back at 12:30 p.m. Mountain Time for our afternoon panel.
Hey guys, my name is Mateo Esposito. I am an autistic playwright, a singer-songwriter, a bit of a magician. I'll share with you why I am doing stuff like that. An actor, designer, set designer, prop designer. I come from Canada, which is a beautiful country, and for all you guys coming around the world and coming here to the amazing Autism Summit, I just want to say, as an autistic person or as a person with autism, and I say that because I'm human first, just a little bit of wisdom for you, I'm a human first, autism comes second. So, yeah, so thank you for joining all of us. I'm thrilled to have the opportunity to speak with all of you today about words and how words can affect people. So, as you all know, I'm an illusionist, and I'll show you an illusion in a few seconds, in maybe a minute or two. Illusion with a coin and a cup. Glass, it uses a coin. I want to be able to talk to people. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Talk to the people with disabilities. Because honestly, I want more friends. I only have 2 friends with disabilities, but I want more. I want more of a human connection. Not a rainbow connection. That's Kermit the Frog song. That's Kermit song, or that Kermit the Frog's song. Oh, that's so beautiful. Okay? But, all this being said, one of the biggest things that we need to do in this very life is lead with unconditional love. And I'm telling you all this, not to offend you, not to break your habit. Sometimes I even crack myself up. But in any case, I try to be serious and go back in, but I can't. You know, I'll tell you something before we get on with the trick. I'm telling you all this because I care. I care about people. I care about my people, the disabled community. But I also care about people in general. And for those of you who don't know anybody, make a new friend. Go out and speak to another person. Go out and say you're sorry to that person that you hurt. Be kind, be loving. That will make a huge difference. In fact, I want everybody in the channel, even though this is pre-recorded, to close your eyes for just 15 seconds and think of something they could do to help this world more properly, so we can have a better world. Let's go in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. If you thought of something that you could do even the next month, you could do it. Do it. And that's the truth. And nothing but the truth. Now to the magic. I love doing this trick because it's over 100 years old. You can see the coins. You can see how they clink together. And I'll tell you something. Medallions. You can hear that too, eh? Medallions. Actually, let me stand up for this. I love doing this trick because of the fact that it literally has the audience spellbound, but it comes with a little bit of a story. You know what? I'll use the gold one, and then I'll use the silver one. Why don't we do that? And if you know this trick, you know it. But this trick has been around for thousands of years, hundreds of years, and I promise you that this trick kind of was used by swindlers in the cups and balls routine. But this trick right now is going to symbolize something even greater. Even greater. Just put the camera up here. Are we ready? Because I think I am. There's a little message that goes with this coin. So let's say that this coin is unconditional love. Okay? Let's say that this coin is a beautiful rendition of unconditional love. And you can see that it's a coin, beautiful coin. I got it from Italy. This is Pope Francis, Padre Pio, one of the best saints, Padre Pio, one of the best saints in the world. Now you can tell what religion I am. Thanks. But it doesn't matter, religion or no religion. Something that we can all share is unconditional love. But I'll tell you something. Society, that's this big fat hand, watch very carefully, decides to take it away. But it always appears right where you left it, inside your heart. Thank you, and may God bless you all. I look forward to connecting with all of you. Thank you.
I just wanted to make sure that Mateo know that we support and him and his journey, and really I know he wanted to be a part of it, so I wanted to make sure that his video was included today in the advocates panel, since he was unable to do, or I can't remember what the circumstances were, but I had the video and I wanted to make sure he was included for that. It is now time for us to take a lunch break before we come back with our afternoon panels, which we will be talking about this afternoon, building inclusive communities, as well as we'll have another education panel this afternoon. So all of those that are out there viewing and listening, we appreciate you, and please stay and let us know where you're viewing from. Make a comment and share with us any links or resources that you might have for our amazing community as well. Thank you so much. I'm going to step away for the lunch hour now. For the lunch half hour from 12 to 12:30 p.m. Mountain Time. And we'll see you back here in 30 minutes. Hi, and welcome to the 1 in 31 Connection Autism Summit. If this is your first time, welcome. And if not, welcome back. We're so glad to have you here and join our community. Please join us in thanking our sponsors who help make this event possible. All proceeds go to forwarding education, partnership, collaboration, services, and resources for the autistic community.
I'm Dr. Kari-Hayne Whitmer, Professor of Neurobiology, CEO founder of AI, and I'm one of the 1 in 31 people diagnosed with autism. But while there are millions of us in our country today, in the rooms where solutions for autistic people are imagined, we might as well be 1 in a million. Since my own son was diagnosed in 2017, I devoted my life's work to developing assistive technologies. Autistic people are increasingly invited to provide feedback on the technologies and services made for us, but our involvement cannot begin after the most important decisions have already been made. Autistic people deserve the opportunity to identify the problems, imagine the solutions, build the technologies, lead the companies behind them, and determine what success looks like for us. At ALMA, we believe every child can achieve alongside their peers with the right support. This starts by data gathering from a child's care team. Parents, therapists, and teachers are invited to contribute information to the system. Creating a lesson takes less than a minute. ALMA is then available to the child whenever and wherever they need support the most. Each ALMA is differentiated by a child's level, ability, learning preferences, and interests. My own son had very limited functional communication until he was 8. Through therapy and conversations with ALMA, his standardized reading fluency skills went from the bottom of his class to the top in less than 2 years. ALMA applies the right disability accommodations to any content to help kids learn their best.
It's great to see you. How are you doing today?
I'm asking you, what are bacteria?
That's a curious question, Ethan. I love your interest in science.
ALMA quickly creates interactive, personalized social and helps kids practice emotional regulation.
Jordan is playing a basketball game in the gym when another student accidentally knocks the ball out of bounds, and the
Okay.
game has to stop.
Oh, seems like he's angry. Because the game has to stop.
Jordan feels a wave of frustration rise up inside him. His fists tighten and his breathing gets faster.
Oh, it's okay to get frustrated. Thanks for watching, and remember, we have made ALMA just for you. Bye-bye.
We built ALMA to change the world for us and the millions of other families like ours. We invite you to join us in making it happen.
No one tells you how much you have to hold when you're supporting a neurodivergent child. The appointments, the strategies, the reports, what worked, what didn't. I was trying to keep it all in my head. Understanding Zoe is an app that brings everything together in one place and gives you personalized support you can actually use in the moment. At the center of it is Pip. Pip is like a second brain, an AI coach that understands your child and everything you've shared. I can just tell Pip what's going on, like this morning was really hard getting out of the door. And Pip doesn't just reply, it takes action. It can turn that into an observation, suggest support strategies, set reminders, log appointments, even read reports and pull out important dates so that I don't have to scroll through PDFs or repeat the same story. It takes what is in my head and it actually does something with it. Everything about my child is in one place now. Their strengths, additional support needs, medications, goals, appointments, no more digging through emails or documents, and no more repeating myself. It's just all there when I need it. And this is where it really helps, because when you are in it every day, it is hard to see patterns. But Pip looks across everything and shows me exactly what is helping, and it tells me where we might need more support. Turns everyday moments into understanding. And I'm not the only one holding on to it anymore. I can share the right information with our teachers, therapists, families, but I do it on my terms and I choose what they see. And the best part about it is Understanding Zoe isn't just for children. As a neurodivergent adult myself, I started using Understanding Zoe, and you can use it too, to track what helps, what feels hard, and what you need more of. I still have hard days, but I'm not trying to hold everything in my head anymore. And to be honest, I don't feel alone in it. According to Understanding Zoe's research, 93% of parents of neurodivergent children feel misunderstood and invisible, and 63% of those parents are neurodivergent themselves. That is Understanding Zoe. Real support starts with real understanding.
Welcome to the SG Child Show. I'm your host, Sarah Bradford. also known as SG Childs. The SG Child Show is a top 10% globally ranked podcast, amplifying community-based neurodiversity education. Here, we center real conversations, lived experience, and meaningful access, because inclusion starts with understanding. Powered by our nonprofit, the SJ Childs Global Network, at sjchilds.org, we create global summits, educational resources, and connections that drive real change. This is the SJ Child Show, where we'd love for you to join us and listen, learn, lead with kindness, love, and most of all, access for all.
Communication access in one tap or scan. Access ID helps first responders, healthcare providers, educators, and community members support any individuals during moments that matter most.
I'm Dr. Kari-Hayne Whitmer, Professor of Neurobiology, CEO, founder of AI, and I'm one of the 1 in 31 people diagnosed with autism. But while there are millions of us in our country today, in the rooms where solutions for autistic people are imagined, we might as well be 1 in a million. Since my own son was diagnosed in 2017, I devoted my life's work to developing assistive technologies. Autistic people are increasingly invited to provide feedback on the technologies and services made for us, but our involvement cannot begin after the most important decisions have already been made. Autistic people deserve the opportunity to identify the problems, imagine the solutions, build the technologies, lead the companies behind them, and determine what success looks like for us. At AMA, we believe every child can achieve alongside their peers with the right support. This starts by data gathering from a child's care team. Parents, therapists, and teachers are invited to contribute information to the system. Creating a lesson takes less than a minute. Alma is then available to the child whenever and wherever they need support the most. Each Alma is differentiated by a child's level, ability, learning preferences, and interests. My own son had very limited functional communication until he was 8. Through therapy and conversations with Alma, his standardized reading fluency skills went from the bottom of his class to the top in less than 2 years. Alma applies the right disability accommodations to any content to help kids learn their best.
It's great to see you. How are you doing today?
I'm asking you, what are bacteria?
That's a curious question, Ethan. I love your interest in science.
Alma quickly creates interactive, personalized social stories and helps kids practice emotional regulation.
Jordan is playing a basketball game in the gym when another student accidentally knocks the ball out of bounds, and the game has to stop.
Oh, seems like he's angry. Because the game has to stop.
Jordan feels a wave of frustration rise up inside him. His fists tighten, and his breathing gets faster.
Oh, it's okay to get frustrated. Thanks for watching, and remember, we have made Alma just for you. Bye-bye.
We built Alma to change the world for us and the millions of other families like ours. We invite you to join us in making it happen.
No one tells you how much you have to hold when you're supporting a neurodivergent child. The appointments, the strategies, the reports, what worked, what didn't. I was trying to keep it all in my head. Understanding Zoe is an app that brings everything together in one place and gives you personalized support you can actually use in the moment. At the center of it is Pip. Pip is like a second brain, an AI coach that understands your child and everything you've shared. I can just tell Pip what's going on, like this morning was really hard getting out of the door, and Pip doesn't just reply, it takes action. It can turn that into an observation, suggest support strategies, set reminders, log appointments, even read reports and pull out important dates so that I don't have to scroll through PDFs or repeat the same story. It takes what is in my head and it actually does something with it. Everything about my child is in one place now. Their strengths, additional support needs, medications, goals, appointments, no more digging through emails or documents, and no more repeating myself. It's just all there when I need it. And this is where it really helps, because when you are in it every day, it is hard to see patterns. But Pip looks across everything and shows me exactly what is helping, and it tells me where we might need more support. Turns everyday moments into understanding. And I'm not the only one holding on to it anymore. I can share the right information with our teachers, therapists, families, but I do it on my terms and I choose what they see. And the best part about it is Understanding Zoe isn't just for children. As a neurodivergent adult myself, I started using Understanding Zoe, and you can use it too, to track what helps, what feels hard, and what you need more of. I still have hard days, but I'm not trying to hold everything in my head anymore. And to be honest, I don't feel alone in it. According to Understanding Zoe's research, 93% of parents of neurodivergent children feel misunderstood and invisible, and 63% of those parents are neurodivergent themselves. That is Understanding Zoe. Real support starts with real understanding.
There are no teen functional vitamins in the market. There are kids and there are adults. There's nothing speaking to the needs of teens.
Welcome to the SG Child Show. I'm your host, Sarah Bradford, also known as SG Childs. The SG Child Show is a top 10% globally ranked podcast, amplifying community-based neurodiversity education. Here, we center real conversations, lived experience, and meaningful access because inclusion starts with understanding. Powered by our nonprofit, the SJ Childs Global Network, at sjchilds.org, we create global summits, educational resources, and connections that drive real change. This is the SJ Childs Show, where we'd love for you to join us and listen, learn, lead with kindness, love, and most of all, access for all.
Communication access in one tap or scan. Access ID helps first responders, healthcare providers, educators, and community members support any individuals during moments that matter most.
I'm Dr. Kari-Hayne Whitmer, Professor of Neurobiology, CEO founder of AMA AI, and I'm one of the 1 in 31 people diagnosed with autism. But while there are millions of us in our country today, in the rooms where solutions for autistic people are imagined, we might as well be 1 in a million. Since my own son was diagnosed in 2017, I devoted my life's work to developing assistive technologies. Autistic people are increasingly invited to provide feedback on the technologies and services made for us, but our involvement cannot begin after the most important decisions have already been made. Autistic people deserve the opportunity to identify the problems, imagine the solutions, build the technologies, lead the companies behind them, and determine what success looks like for us. At AMA, we believe every child can achieve alongside their peers with the right support. This starts by data gathering from a child's care team. Parents, therapists, and teachers are invited to contribute information to the system. Creating a lesson takes less than a minute. AMA is then available to the child whenever and wherever they need support the most. Each AMA is differentiated by a child's level, ability, learning preferences, and interests. My own son had very limited functional communication until he was 8. Through therapy and conversations with Amma, his standardized reading fluency skills went from the bottom of his class to the top in less than 2 years. Amma applies the right disability accommodations to any content to help kids learn their best.
It's great to see you. How are you doing today?
I'm asking you, what are bacteria?
That's a curious question, Ethan. I love your interest in science.
Amma quickly creates interactive, personalized social stories and helps kids practice emotional regulation.
Jordan is playing a basketball game in the gym when another student accidentally knocks the ball out of bounds, and the game has to stop.
Oh, seems like he's angry. Because the game has to stop.
Jordan feels a wave of frustration rise up inside him. His fists tighten and his breathing gets faster.
Oh, it's okay to get frustrated. Thanks for watching, and remember, we have made Amma just for you. Bye-bye.
We built Amma to change the world for us and the millions of other families like ours. We invite you to join us in making it happen.
No one tells you how much you have to hold when you're supporting a neurodivergent child. The appointments, the strategies, the reports, what worked, what didn't. I was trying to keep it all in my head. Understanding Zoe is an app that brings everything together in one place and gives you personalized support you can actually use in the moment. At the center of it is Pip. Pip is like a second brain, an AI coach that understands your child and everything you've shared. I can just tell Pip what's going on, like this morning was really hard getting out of the door, and Pip doesn't just reply, it takes action. It can turn that into an observation, suggest support strategies, set reminders, log appointments, even read reports and pull out important dates so that I don't have to scroll through PDFs or repeat the same story. It takes what is in my head and it actually does something with it. Everything about my child is in one place now. Their strengths, additional support needs, medications, goals, appointments, no more digging through emails or documents, and no more repeating myself. It's just all there when I need it. And this is where it really helps, because when you are in it every day, it is hard to see patterns. But Pip looks across everything and shows me exactly what is helping, and it tells me where we might need more support. Turns everyday moments into understanding. And I'm not the only one holding on to it anymore. I can share the right information with our teachers, therapists, families, but I do it on my terms and I choose what they see. And the best part about it is Understanding Zoe isn't just for children. As a neurodivergent adult myself, I started using Understanding Zoe, and you can use it too, to track what helps, what feels hard, and what you need more of. I still have hard days, but I'm not trying to hold everything in my head anymore. And to be honest, I don't feel alone in it. According to Understanding Zoe's research, 93% of parents of neurodivergent children feel misunderstood and invisible, and 63% of those parents are neurodivergent themselves. That is Understanding Zoe. Real support starts with real understanding.
There are no teen functional vitamins in the market. There are kids and there are adults. There's nothing speaking to the needs of teens.
Welcome to the SG Child Show. I'm your host, Sarah Bradford, also known as SG Childs. The SG Child Show is a top 10% globally ranked podcast, amplifying community-based neurodiversity education. Here, we center real conversations, lived experience, and meaningful access, because inclusion starts with understanding. Powered by our nonprofit, the SJ Childs Global Network, at sjchilds.org, we create global summits, educational resources, and connections that drive real change. This is the SJ Child Show, where we'd love for you to join us and listen, learn, lead with kindness, love, and most of all, access for all.
Communication access in one tap or scan. Access ID helps first responders, healthcare providers, educators, and community members support any individuals during moments that matter most.
Hello and welcome back from our lunch break. Oh, let me move this little camera, kitty face, silly goose. I hope you all had a nice break and were able to get some refreshments and get your notes ready for this afternoon's panels. They're going to be amazing, and I know that you're going to want to. If you're not taking notes, go back and rewatch so that you can get all the information later on. But we're so excited to have amazing panelists. Excuse me, as I get my notes ready. I left and I could have been prepared when I got back, but that would be too easy because it's Friday and all. So we're just gonna use that as our excuse. We're so happy to have our panelists here for this afternoon's sessions, and I'm going to just go ahead and pull up all of that information today. This afternoon is, let's see, what are we talking about? Oh, my brain. Oh, it's been a good day. Some of you probably saw I had a little bit of an incident last night. I thought I was going to go to bed early, wasn't going to do anything. And then I actually ended up caring for an individual at the emergency room until the wee hours of the morning. And so here we are with our full brains, as much as we can get. But we're really happy for this afternoon's panels. Building inclusive communities, such an important topic, and one, of course, that we bring with us in our 1 in 31 Connection Autism Summit theme this year and last, since the numbers haven't changed yet. So we'll see what that means in the future. But I want to welcome our panelists. So Francisco, thank you. Thank you for being here in the wee hours of Australia's tomorrow morning.
Indeed you are. Thanks so much for having me. It's a pleasure.
Oh, so great to have you here. Meg, thank you so much for being here with us.
You're so welcome. Happy to join you.
Thank you. And Veronica, I'm so glad we have a full set. It's wonderful. And I'm looking forward to everyone on our panel today. It feels like we may have another individual joining us. Things have been moving quite a bit. A lot of moving pieces lately. I'm not sure if I'm catching up with everything. No, I think that if and when she does, then we will have her join us. Otherwise, we'll just get started and have you guys introduce yourselves. Francisco, please tell us a little bit about yourself. And so nice to meet you. Thanks for being here.
Pleasure. Originally, I'm from Brazil. I have been living in Australia since December 1999. And I have been working in the disability sector since year 2000. So it started as a support worker, then practice support worker, and then also a bit of a management in day program and accommodation. And since 2011, I've been working as a behavior support practitioner. And back in 2018, I then started to wonder about rethinking how we understand the behavior of people with a disability, in particular people with autism. And then that led me into the journey of the discovering of the calm approach model that was emerged from out of that 2-minute curiosity. So these days I am providing therapy for people with a disability and autism and the like, then also providing training for allied health professionals using the calm approach model.
Thank you. And thank you so much for being there so early in the morning. 5:30, were we right? Is it 4:30 or 5:30?
4:30 for me.
Heavens, thank you so much. It's incredible. Thank you. What a dedication. And just we honor your time and your space there so much. Veronica, it's so nice to meet you.
Hi.
Thanks for being here. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
So I have 3 kids with autism. They are currently 19, 18, and 17. And it has been a journey. And I started my business, Fight Like a Mom, a few years ago because it's been a fight. And I realized I could help other parents because the skills I have, I'm able to go into the schools and be an advocate, get them services, things like that. Also, I am basically a touch point in the community. So I know a lot of different services, different service providers, things like that. So when someone gets a diagnosis, a lot of times people will tag me and say, hey, can you help? Because they don't know what to do next. You know, you get a diagnosis, the doctor says, this is what it is. Have a nice day. And and they have no idea like what services they should start with or where they should go from there, except for they know they need help. They just don't know what kind of help or where to get it even. So
100%. Thank you for that work that you're doing. And I couldn't agree more. On the previous panel, that was something I said, if they could only have like a parent advocate at every doctor's office, that every diagnosis center, that really can just lean and say, I got you. Like, I'm here in this journey already. I know where to take you. Let's go. You know, and then wow, can you imagine like the incredible, space that could fill for someone and really catapult them in a good direction for them. Meg, it's so nice to meet you. And I'm a former paralegal, so autism legal specialist. I'm like, I'm hungry now. You're gonna have to tell me all about it. I'm so excited to know more about you. So please introduce yourself.
Yeah. First, I have to excuse my weather. We're having a really loud thunderstorm. So my house is not crashing. It's the weather. It's a good Florida storm. I'm an autism legal specialist. I work as an autism specialist for a public university, and I also own my own consulting company. where I use my expertise as a peer reviewer for the U.S. Department of Justice to peer review all sorts of fun things. I'm really passionate about advancing access to the legal system, especially for youth with autism involved in dual system care. And for me, that means ensuring that not only meaningful access, but meaningful participation for all of my neurodivergent folks through the processes of the legal system using evidence-based practices and multidisciplinary collaboration.
Bravo. Bravo, bravo. Thank you. So necessary. And what are you, like 1 in a million, 1 in a billion and a half?
I've never met another me, but you know, there's always hope that
Exactly.
I might have another unicorn out there.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll make a wonderful connection for you. She is an extremely established, over 30-year attorney in, I want to say, New Jersey. Oh, no, she's in Philadelphia. Whew, that was quick. Philadelphia. Her name is Carol Weinman.
Okay.
And she is one of the only autism witness experts that exists in the country. She's an incredible, so I think you two would just like powerhouse. So there you go.
Yeah.
There's
Fantastic.
a little,
I'm serving as an expert witness at the end of the week for a federal trial. And I think a lot of times when we talk about inclusion, we forget that that means in spaces that people don't want to be as well, right? We work really hard to make sure that we have quiet hours at the store and the museum and all of these play spaces and therapy are accessible, but people with autism also go to jail and court and prison. And those spaces need to be accessible as well. There is no special autism court or autism juvenile justice center. And so when our neurodivergent folks end up there, it's a really challenging experience that requires a lot of adaptation and accommodation and support for not just that individual, but really for the team that is surrounding them, lawyers and judges and clerks and paralegals included.
Wow. Big ask, very big ask. I mean, we just, sometimes we just, not meaning to, I'm sure, but we kind of forget that those spaces, you know, are also where everyone has to, not everyone, but people do have to take part in. Veronica, where are you at in the world? I forgot to ask you that. We are the only one. Well, I'm in Salt Lake City, so you guys know that.
I'm in St. George, Utah.
Oh, really? Oh my gosh. I didn't know we were so close together. And maybe we did talk about it, but you know, my brain right now, it's kind of like crazy soup. So that's exciting. Well, good. That means we can do some wonderful collaborations and do things together here in the state. So I love that. I love that. And you're even in a hotter space than I am. I'm so sorry about that.
Yeah, it's 100 and I think it was 112.
Yeah.
Yesterday, 113 today.
Oh, yeah. I think we're 104 today. So yeah, it's unbearable. But you're in Florida. How's that, Meg?
It's like living in an armpit.
And
it's so
winter, right?
The humidity is just so intense all the time. So, you know, we're like, oh, it's only 100 today, but it feels like just the numbers keep going up and up and up.
Oh my heavens, I bet. Okay. Well, hopefully we can not let the heat or cold bother any of us, right? And get to our exciting discussion we're having today. We're going to explore how communities, workplaces, organizations, and neighborhoods can become more welcoming and accessible for everyone, which is truly one of my favorite discussions and topics. I personally love working on in my personal life. I'm working on access tech right now. You might have even noticed one of my little projects in the sponsor reel. So some exciting future things to come, I guess you could say. Francisco, so lovely to have you here and on such a lovely morning for you. Inclusion isn't always a program. It's a culture, and how we build that in today's society is so important, and how we, you know, really start communities. What does genuine inclusion look like in everyday life for you?
For myself, that question brought me back to my days of university. Out of our subject at university, there was this subject that talks about the positive attitudes towards people with disability. And then I still remember my lecturer saying, we can have the most beautiful programs around, but if you're not shifting our attitudes, then that may not produce the outcome. So for myself, then perhaps the inclusion in everyday life is not so much about changing things around, but how do we then start to see life through the lens of a person with autism? How do we start to see life from the other side? I think as Megan was saying, we set the environment to fit general needs, our needs, but those environments are not really being built in with those the diversity needs in mind. And so for myself, then I think when people feel generally safe, connected, heard and understood with empathy and authenticity, I think we are one step closer towards that meaningful inclusion in everyday lives. I think for me that'll be one of the starting point. So am I seeing life only from my perspective, or am I understanding life from the other person's perspective, and see how can we co-create that space for meaningful inclusion?
Absolutely. And some days we go throughout, as far as me, I'm, late identified, and it took a while for me to understand maybe what steps were needed for me in my everyday life to have that inclusion or that accommodation for myself. And it came with some tough decisions with some loved ones where I had to replace boundaries down about new information I had about myself that may have been, or certainly I know came across in a different way before. And then when I come with this new information and say, I was never trying to be like cold or push you away. I just I have to be honored that I have really touch sensitivity during this certain time of the month, and things like that, and really just honor myself and those boundaries again. And it takes that courage, right, to be able to share those things but it's so important because once that information is out there, all of those other parts can be put into place and can start kind of understanding more for themselves. So I love that we can use the information for better and really start to create things.
Absolutely.
Go please.
Yeah. So just on that note, so that was one of the very in understanding human behavior. For instance, there's a lot of a focus on the traditional functions of the behavior. And so, for instance, as a practitioner, then I start to think, am I the one aligning intent to this person's behavior? And then how is the system structured to include their perspective? And how does the system fit when what I'm saying about their behavior is not what they're experiencing? Then how do I start to shift that? And so that's where the CAM approach then is built upon this idea of being co-designed. And so for us, then we don't talk about the function of the behavior, but rather we're trying to find shared meaning. What does this mean to the person from the person's perspective? Because we're also trying to be a co-designed space. And in order to be co-designed, the system has to be intended to be co-designed. Otherwise, it doesn't quite work. So I think that's one of our, so I think, as you're saying, as a service, there's so much history there, but those history evidence-based were not designed to support people in the schools, in the community, in their home. They were designed for people being in the institution. We have moved on from that, but then it feels like that our mindset or the system is still operating without being evolved forward. So that's where I think, as you're saying, I love that idea of now I know better, I understand better, and I need to start a shift on the different direction. So yeah.
Absolutely. Veronica, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, I feel like I just had a meeting today where I went into the school, and they've recently made changes in Utah where you're not allowed to have cell phones and headphones in school, which is a great stride in some aspects. But when you have people that need noise canceling headphones, it creates a problem. So in this meeting that I had, the principal was not even educated as to what accommodations means. He basically was like, this is the law, and that's all there is to it. End of story. And I had to say, excuse me, actually, an accommodation trumps the law to a degree. In this situation, the student needs, not wants, the headphones in order to participate in school. And so we need to figure out a way for this to happen. And then at the same time, his response was, well, then they need corded headphones. And that's an insane accommodation request. It's not 1995, it's 2026. People don't have corded headphones. And the dad was like, where are we going to get corded headphones and what is it going to plug into? And the principal's like, well, it plugs into her phone. Every phone comes with headphones. And I was like, now, if you can imagine, the principal was a little older. And I was like, they don't come with headphones anymore. And there's not a way to plug them into a cell phone. Most systems use Bluetooth, even cars. So we have to adapt. And that's the biggest part of accommodations, is adapting and making, and like inclusion doesn't look the same every single day. And it's going to continue to change as society changes, as technology changes, as generations get older that have grown in different ways. Another thing is that this generation of teenagers and young adults don't drive. And people, and a lot more with autism, don't drive. And if we don't have a system in place for them to get around town, that's not inclusion. How can they participate in things if they can't even get there? And, telling them that they have to get an Uber every time they need to get to work is not feasible. And where we're at, there isn't, there's a bus system, but we live in a certain part of town where there is no bus system for 2 miles. That's not inclusion. You can't expect someone to walk 2 miles in 115-degree weather to get to a bus. It's not safe. It's not inclusive. And trying to advocate for that is a big ask too. So
absolutely. Woo! Work to do. Meg, how are you feeling about that? What does genuine inclusion look like in everyday life?
I'm going to paraphrase because I'm not super great at memorizing word for word. But there's a Judy Heumann quote. I'm sure we're all familiar with Judy Heumann. And if you're not, and you're at this conference, you should be. She talks about how being independent isn't doing things by yourself. It's being in control of how things are done. And I think for me, inclusion looks a lot like that. I happen to live in a state where public employees of state universities and grants, we're not allowed to use the word inclusion anymore in our daily repertoire of language or writing or training. And so I think a lot about what does it mean for a space to be truly accessible? And for me, that looks like being able to do things as independently as possible and deciding what independence looks for you. And for a lot of the people that I work with, that means choosing not to drive because that's not comfortable. Francisco, circling back to what you were saying, it also means saying out loud that a lot of the best practices we have are based on research that don't follow the nothing about us without us rule, right? They're written by people like me who don't have autism, about people with autism. it is only recently in our research culture that individuals with autism are included as subjects in research about autism. Prior to that, we interviewed caretakers, we interviewed parents, we interviewed practitioners, not necessarily individuals with autism. And when we did interview individuals with autism, it would be people with level 1 autism. So understanding what things look like based on what we know, I'm pulling back to Francisco, like know better, do better, right? And understanding that we have been doing the best we can. And now that we know more, our best has to be better, because that is what independence looks like. That is what inclusion looks like across spaces, across people, across disability.
I agree. And I think that that really kind of goes into what we're going, and we've kind of a little bit covered of some of this, like where communities fall short. Look, transportation access, employment access, education access. You'd think that in a place like Salt Lake City, in its big family idealism, if you will, that I would never have had to go to first grade to be turned away from a school district because my child knew too much math. Are you kidding me? Like, hire a math tutor to come in and math him up some more. Like, what? No, we can't offer you an education. We don't offer algebra to first graders. We don't have a space for him. We won't be making this accommodation for you. Good luck. Good luck. Try other schools. See you later. That's what we got. And Meg, as a paralegal, all the parts of me wanted to come unglued. But as a mother, my heart was broken. My belief in the system was broken. My hope for this amazing education that my already academically prowess child was in was amazing, was broken. All of these ideas from one conversation with one principal who wouldn't take a chance to create a program for hundreds of other kids who are going to come after this child that are going to need that same space made for them. And unfortunately, at the time, I was too caught up in being disappointed, I guess, rather than, and I didn't, kind of put up a fight. But that's also a lot of work to expect a parent to have to do, to go into, regardless of their experiences or education prior. So part of me regrets that a tiny bit, that I didn't take advantage of that. On the other hand, he had an online school that he excelled in and finished all of what he could up till the age of 12. And that was sufficient for all of us. And that's fine. But that one meeting, I just couldn't believe, this is interesting. Can someone please let me know the person that mentioned Judy something? I love that.
I will tell you. It's Judy Heumann, Heumann. She is the mother of disability rights.
And I think she passed away.
She did recently pass, and had quite possibly the most accessible funeral I have ever attended. It was fantastically wonderful, if that's appropriate to say about a funeral.
I think so. I think access anywhere, like we're talking, right? Why not make access to funerals accessible? Like, that's somewhere everyone has to go, and somewhere that we don't want to be, just like the courthouse. That you said.
If you have a child or are an adult, if you are a human that cares and loves for other humans in the world in general, including yourself, her autobiography is called Being Human, human spelt like her last name, and I think everyone should read it.
I love that. Thank you. Thanks for sharing. I think that's a great resource for everyone as well. This is amazing. Okay. Where communities fall short. I guess I answered that, but you guys need a chance to do that as well. Veronica, I mean, you kind of have showed us with the transportation.
Yeah, so I've seen in our community, and St. George is considered still kind of a small town, although it's doubled in population in 6 years from 2020 because they were not closed during COVID. So everyone moved here from the West Coast. And it's similar weather to California and Arizona. So the population has, like I said, doubled. It's huge. But they still think like a small town. So they don't have a very accessible bus system. The paratransit system, which is the system that is supposed to essentially help accommodate like a public bus system, their rules are that you have to be within a mile of a bus stop. Well, that doesn't work. And so then they told us we had to get within a mile of a bus stop to set up a pickup. So my child has to walk a mile in the heat and then sit outside and wait for a ride in order for it to be accessible for them. That's not accessible. That's not safe. Another situation where we tend to fall short is it here, and I mean, everywhere does school differently. That's kind of a given. But in St. George, elementary school goes to 5th grade. Then they do intermediate school, middle school, and high school. Middle school has 8th and 9th grade. Well, 9th grade counts as high school credits. My son was very smart, a lot like your son, Sarah, and wanted to take higher level classes in 9th grade at the high school, which he was entitled to. Now, the problem became that the high school was a football, soccer, and tennis court away from the middle school. And he was expected to walk that back and forth every single day. And my child doesn't just have autism. He is also has muscle disorders and things like that. So walking that far every single day is a problem, not to mention the heat, everything else. And when asking about an accommodation, they basically were like, not my job. And that's actually everything about your job. But because they had classes, because they offered science classes at the middle school, even if they weren't the same science classes, they figured it was good enough. And yeah. Another place that falls short big time in St. George is sports. They are they just had a meeting for adaptive sports this year. They have a Special Olympics program set up, but it's not as big as some of the other places considering the population. And there's not a lot of accessibility here. I recently had a talk at a business meeting where we talked about how even Target going down the aisles isn't as accessible as it should be. And things like that, it's basic accessibility that people, if they're not in that lifestyle or work with those individuals, they don't ever think about it because they just get out of their car and go into the store. It's not a big deal if the curb is there and, the ramp is a block away. They don't care. Yeah. And so they need to be more involved. Those individuals need to be on the planning committees. Those individuals need to be in the city, meetings and things like that. So they recently spent $400,000 on 2 metal slides instead of updating the accessible park.
Decisions our city planners make time, so I'm telling you.
They do their thing. So,
Francisco, I'm interested to hear about Australia and kind of the gaps that you may see there.
I think as I was listening to the sharing, I cannot help myself but to think it requires leadership at the high level to make those changes. I think even in Australia, on my own community here, there has been this huge development on my suburb, and there was no infrastructure for primary school and high school. And suddenly the whole suburb has been finished. And then, where are the kids going to go to the school? And then for about 3 or 4 years, they've been scrambling where to put a primary school and a high school in, to a point now where the kids have a primary school and high school, but they don't have a community space where the kids can come by to be community, to be kids, to play a part. And so I think for me, there is this sense of this connection between thinking, just not being empathetic enough. Because often I think I need to have a adhesive instructor for myself, but then it feels difficult to think, oh, but everyone needs this. And so I think that's some of the challenges that I think sometimes it's not so much the community that falls short. I don't think that individuals are intentional, but I think the system itself, it's not quite designed to understand us and to best support us. I think, as Veronica was sharing before, this is the law. Except that that law was designed when we didn't know better. Now we know better. So how do we keep evolving it? And so for myself, then I think if we stop asking the question, how can we fit this person into this program, and starting to ask the question, how can our system better support this person in, I think that's when we started to see the shift. I think when Veronica was sharing, I just reminded of my own education, thinking I didn't have any inclusion at all, because when I finished my year 4 living at the farm in Brazil, I couldn't go back. I couldn't go on with my higher education. And so then I was about 15 or 16. I was working at the farm, and then I had to progress my education. So working during the day, riding my bike for about 3 or 4 kilometers to get to the highway, to get a bus, to go to the school, and studying until about 10 o'clock, rides back home again in the evening. And then after a couple of years or 1 year of doing that, we approached the local council, and the council then brought in a transport to the farm. And so then everyone at the farm that wanted further education, they're able to go back to the education. And so I think that's where it requires that leadership in, and the people really coming forth to be working together to make that shift. Yeah.
Absolutely. Meg, what do you think about that? The communities, where do they fall short? You probably see a bit of that.
I see a lot of that. Clearly, my area of passion is in the justice system, so I can speak to that first. I'm sure you can agree, Sarah. The courtroom, the police station, places where individuals are interviewed, they are not designed to meet basic communication and sensory needs of individuals that are neurodivergent. Individuals that interact in law spaces, police officers, lawyers, judges, oftentimes don't have training or a really narrow understanding of what autism is and what it looks like. And because of this, normal everyday behaviors of individuals with autism are oftentimes misunderstood, and reasonable accommodations aren't always provided. Because many of the individuals I work with are really good at masking, it doesn't appear that they need accommodations, and are oftentimes scared to ask for accommodations. And so they aren't provided until it's too late and we are already in the zone of epic meltdown. This means in my area that these things can prevent autistic individuals from receiving fair and equal treatment throughout their entire legal process. Jumping to a different note, everybody has kind of touched on it, but no one has said it directly. So I just want to note that I think it's really important that we say out loud that autism continues after kids turn 18. And there are lots of services for littles. I mean, tons of services and grants and free things and places and all of these things that are happening. And then our little kids turning to big kids, and our big kids turn into young adults, and our young adults turn into full-grown adult people who don't have the services they need to be independent, to be successful, to be safe in their everyday life. And when these systems are failing on top of each other, it just creates an awful environment for our neurotypical and neurodivergent individuals to interact with each other, because that space doesn't exist. And then the problem itself just makes the problem bigger.
Yeah, absolutely. And what a tricky, when you said police station, you know, and I haven't ever been to one personally, but I envisioned what I can see on TV, right? That's all sometimes you have if you have never had that experience. And then I envisioned my children and I went to the Children's Museum yesterday. And interesting note about this too, about the Children's Museum. If you are a child and you want to go to the Children's Museum, you may not go. You have to be with an adult. And weird. That's like, how is it a children's museum? Like, call it something else. Like, really don't call it that. That just blew my mind, because I went, and my teenager who is 16, he loves it. He loves to go there. He may not participate in all of the activities that are literally for littles, but it's his environment that he's always loved to be in, that he loves to go to. So we take him as much as we can and go. And yesterday we were there, and just the fact that, like I said, this children's museum isn't accessible to children is just the strangest thing in the world. Yet when we're there, there's all these like life skill kind of places that you can learn how to gas up your car and do a bakery and do an ATM machine.
And when they're little, we call it pretend, but when they're 16, we call it life skill.
Isn't that interesting? Yeah, right. And it is really all pretend. It's all pretend stuff. But yeah, now that hopefully they can see it, they're using it as a life skill. I kind of forgot what the entire point of what I was going to say was, but I lost myself along the way. But it'll come back to me and then I'll just catch back up. But it was a really great experience. And I'll have to remember why I brought that up in just a minute. When we move on, we'll just keep going.
I will segue into things I see often at things like museums, aquariums, theme parks. I live in Florida, so we have a lot of those. Almost always they have this beautiful inclusive quiet hour where like the first hour is like no music, the lights aren't strobing, like there's no giant characters, it's really quiet, peaceful, it's more sensory subdued. Recently I went to a space and I said, oh, how long does it take to get through? And she said, oh, about 2.5 hours. And I said, oh, okay, that's great. How long is your quiet period for? And she said, it's quiet hour. And I said, but it takes 2.5 hours to get through everything. And she said, yes. And then I said again, how long is quiet time for? And she said, it's 1 hour. And she could not put the math together. And so I politely said, just so I'm understanding, when you are at the halfway point of being trapped in the middle of the museum, everything turns on. And she was like, yes. And I said, how do you get out? And she said, oh, well, you just have to continue going. I said, you have a whole hour and a half to get to the exit. And she said, if you want to see everything, yes. And I said, I don't think that's inclusive. And she said, but we have quiet hour. And I said, so you have to choose what you can't see the entire museum. It just kind of blew my mind that what inclusion sometimes look like. Like, I appreciate your effort, but also I don't at all.
Yeah, 100%. No, and that exactly reminded me of what my whole point was, that looking at the TV police interview room. Mm-hmm. Then we're at the Children's Center yesterday, and they have this beautiful little quiet sensory room. And envisioned when you were kind of talking, why not? Why can't we make those spaces look a little bit more like that? Wouldn't that give to more openness for all the individuals that had to go in there, typical or atypical? Wouldn't that give more comfort to anyone who may be a victim that may be there, that shouldn't have to sit under the white lights and the white walls and in this fearful state? Shouldn't we try to make it comfortable? is it to punish? Is it meant to be punishing for everyone, it inclusively, right? That's not good. But yeah. So, anyways, that was just kind of my thoughts about that, was that sensory room and how we could really change the game. And here in Utah, in fact, years ago, a friend and me went to our children's hospital and said, we'd love to talk about making one of your emergency rooms more sensory friendly. How can we do that? They were really open to talking with us and working with us and learning how we could make it more of a sensory experience. When they had the information, they didn't ever answer any more of our emails back. And I think that they just ran with the information and took it. And hopefully they made the changes that, I have seen a few things like little bears that are in there with cuffs on that you can like kind of show what you're going to do on the bear before you start with the kiddo. I think those are really smart ways to kind of move forward in those industries, and with those especially places where we have to go, in an emergency room, in a dentist office, and these things where sometimes emergencies happen and we have to show up, and those places are not created for accessibility. Tough, very tough. Okay.
Well, and can I say something?
Yes,
so
please.
I think that like what you're making a point about, how like the hospital has bears where they can show you how things go, which is great again for little kids.
Yes.
But again, autism doesn't end when they're little, and you have, a 19-year-old who's in the middle of a meltdown, overstimulated, and you're trying to explain to them what you're going to do, and all you have is a teddy bear to show them.
Good point.
That's a problem. Instead, why don't we have like a diagram that's more, adult friendly and meets them at their level, but still explains the steps? Social stories in a binder, in, where they register, so that they know what's going on, rather than just, we're going in here, we're going to, stab you with all these things, and you're expected to just sit there and be good.
Or when they put that iPad in your face for the registration,
Yes.
like have
Yes.
information on that available for my adult.
Yeah. And they have access to all of, online, and there's usually computers in every single one of those rooms they're in. It would be very easy to bring up a video and say, okay, so this is the steps that's going to happen while you're in the emergency room. We're going to do this, then we're going to do this, and that sort of thing. That way they know what's happening next. That's the biggest problem that I see with my older kids when we have issues. It's always because they didn't know what was happening next. And they didn't expect, or if things change and we have to change and we don't have time to explain it to them, that's when we have a problem. Taking that 5 minutes to sit down and explain, this is what's going to happen when you do this, and the fact that they don't, most of them don't learn from modeling, like watching. The steps have to be taught. And if you've never had to experience going, like you're getting arrested, okay, now what happens? They have no idea. So then like they start acting out, they start screaming, and then one thing leads to another, and it's a bigger problem. And all we had to do was take that 5 minutes and say, okay, so we're going to do this, then we're going to do this, then we're going to do this. But again, it goes back to training, I think, a lot.
It's tons of training necessary.
Yeah.
Did everyone have a chance to answer that? I hope we kind of went around the room a bit. We have about 15 minutes left, so I'm just gonna look at what not that all these aren't so important, but why don't I just do this? Why don't you guys decide kind of the notes you've taken, or whatever, which of those last kind of 3 questions or whatever points that you'd like to touch on that are like most important for you. I think that's the best way to navigate and give everyone their time they need to talk about it. Francisco, you've waited patiently. Tell us about the let me preface what they are. What roles do families play in building inclusive communities? What successful community initiatives have inspired you? And a practical step for every community that every community could take. So you don't have to do all of them, or you can if you want.
Yeah, now I'll try to bring together. I think as we think in here, one thing about the karma approach model, because karma is based on human factors. So if you don't know, karma is an acronym for cortex, amygdala, limbic, memory, and emotional regulation. So which every human being has it, works in a very similar way. So therefore then, if systems are built upon that shared understanding of a shared humanity needs, and I think things will be quite different. So we can't have a systems built for us to fit in because we didn't create ourselves, we've been here already. And so we therefore then needs to create system that is inclusive of everyone, not inclusive of titles and the status, but human beings. And I think what Meg was saying before, a lot of research has been done from the perspective of what I think is the right thing, but not necessarily from the perspective what means to be human and what we need to create system that accommodates everyone in. And a couple of weeks back, I was in a panel, and then someone said, we've maybe have never asked this question, has some of those researchers been expired? Because maybe back then, but now 10, 15 years passed it on, we still rely on them. So that has, and so I think for myself then, institutions and organizations, thinking about the university, the researchers, they play a huge role in really, okay, we know better, we need to do better. But then there is all that sense of, how do we let go of this whole structure, this whole belief in? And that, I think that's what thing needs to be moving forward. Similarly, I think families, back in 2018, as a practitioner, I came in to do a home visit with my clinical head team. I said to the family, we're going to do an assessment and write a report. And the mother said very politely, Francisco, I like your idea. However, my daughter, she has a plenty of reports at home. She doesn't need another one. And so for myself, I was like, well, that's wonderful to hear she's saying that. But at the same time, as a provider, I went, where do I go from here now? Because that's all that I knew. And so that's where then creating those space for families, for the person, for the network, feel safe, to be assertive and to feel included. I think that's when we'll be moving forward with what you needed to do. For myself, I think what it's inspired me, I think it's when we see individuals taking small steps. I think when you see individuals starting to asking questions about the system, challenge the system for a much greater need. I think that's where we kind of need it in. I think what is inspired practical steps. I think one of the steps that we are trying to bring it in with the approach is this sense of having we need to be thinking, how can we relate it to each other at the human level, not at our differences. So often in karma approach, or the saying, I cannot try to relate it to Meg or Veronica or you, Sarah, based on our intellectual or based how we behave. Because the four of us can feel happy and yet behaving quite differently. We may feel angry and yet behaving quite differently. So that might not be quite the right way to go, but we can be empathetic at that human level, how you're feeling. I think once we started there, then I think that's when we started to see some of those steps moving forward. So I think for myself, I go back to the basics. Practical step is, am I being empathetic enough and authentic enough with the person? The level of empathy and authenticity that I see with people with autism, it's outstanding. And sometimes I feel really embarrassed because I don't think I'm that level of authentic as much as they are. And so there's so much out there to be giving us a sense of understanding moving forward. I think what gives me hope I think it's forum like this. I think, creating this space where people can come together to be question and share. I think that's what gives me a lot of hope. So it's small steps, but on the right direction. So for that, I'm grateful for that, Sarah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I kind of been joking that how selfish of me. I create these places and have like online parties with all my friends. Everybody gets to watch and get something out of it because it's truly valuable, just life information for those who get to watch and be a part of it. Meg, what do you think? Thank you, Francisco, for those thoughts.
Yeah, that's a tough answer to follow. I think it gives me hope that there are places that are trying to know better, do better. One of my absolute heroes is Judge Sunny Bailey. She's in Clark County, Las Vegas. She runs a program called Day Court, which is detention alternative for autistic youth. It's a diversion program where you do things like go to therapy and finish school and get the autism appropriate support you need as an individual with autism in court. It used to be that her program was the only one, and now they are kind of slowly popping up around the United States. It gives me hope when I'm called for my consulting business, Wasila Consulting, and someone says, we need help. Recognizing that they need help with an individual with autism, recognizing that their autism played a part in their crime, in what their sentencing will look like, and how they're moving forward as individuals, and how, as a law center or firm in general, they're interacting with this client and wanting to make sure that they're doing so with fidelity and respectfully and in a way that everyone should experience when working with their legal counsel, right? And I think the last thing that gives me lots of hope is continuing to work with individuals who have autism across all levels of the spectrum and listening to parents say, this needs to change. And then another parent or professional or individual say, you're right. How do we move forward on that? I think for a really long time, it was just a giant room of Veronicas and Sarahs who were working to push things forward. And now more and more, I see individuals that don't have direct connection with autism, right? They might have a cousin or a niece or something, but they don't have a child with autism, and they're still standing there saying, this can be better. We can do this differently. What does this look like if, sort of a thing. And that gives me a lot of hope. And I really love seeing it from young graduate students, from high school students, from advocates kind of across my field and plane of interest. And so I think I feel more hopeful now as an adult than I did as a kid, which oftentimes is very opposite for a lot of adults. But I think the what if continues to be my hope, and the up and coming generations, and they are tenacious, and I'm really excited to see what their research looks like, what their outcomes look like, and probably most importantly, what the practical applications of those things look like for the generations after them.
I love that. One of the questions of the last panel was, and it was for two self-advocates, what would you like to see us celebrate in 5 years? So I think that is kind of a role in that, in what will it be like, and that will be really exciting. So mark your calendars. 5 years from now, we're coming back here to discuss. Veronica, finish us off before we have final thoughts, and please, before we do go, put any websites or resources, anything in the comments, so that our viewers can have those available to them.
I think as far as like what a family or parents can do, it's be involved. For the first time in a long time, I'm seeing a lot of parents start their own nonprofits because they're not seeing what they need in their community, so they're building it. And I think that plays a big part in community, is having those families that are in it, you know, making the resources available because they couldn't find them for their kids. So they're going to make sure the kid after them has them, and making sure that they stay educated and, you know, get the people that can help them and fight for what they need. Because I know in the beginning of my journey, I just accepted what most professionals and people were saying. And it took me a little while to realize that they're not always right. And that it's okay to say that doesn't work for my kid. That doesn't work for my family. We need to find a better way to make it, you know, accessible and inclusive for them, because this isn't really working. And how can we do that? What can I do, or what can we do as a community to fix it? So
yeah, thank you, and thank you for the work you're doing. And I'm excited that we're so close, because I mean we're going to be able to really, you know, do some work together. So exciting to hear that. And thank you, Francisco, for putting your stuff into the comments so that everybody can look into the calmer approach. Those of you who are just listening, possibly, www.calmerapproach.com.au. And please go and follow and find out more about that. It was so great to have you all here with me today, and find out, you know, how communities are going in your area. And even I was saying before, I had, you know, 86, or I had 100 speaker signups in total. And about 75 of those people were people I've never met before. And I'm so honored and grateful that, you know, everyone would trust that this would be a good place to come, number one. But really just to make these connections with all of you, I feel like it is just completely filled my cup, completely filled my referral books to the brim. And I just can't wait to help grow and serve our community more than ever before. So bravo, and thank you to you all for being here. We have just 3 minutes, so let's do the 1 minute last final words. Oh, that sounds bad. Final thoughts. Francisco.
I think what inspiring for me here, I think, was what Meg was mentioning before. We have a pockets of great stuff happening, and those pockets are getting bigger. And so my hope for me, eventually, those networks going to become one way of understanding, providing support. That's for me, it's very inspiring, very helpful. I think that movement has already started to evolve. I think it's just a matter of time for us to be on the same path. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Fantastic. Veronica.
I'm really happy to see more people involved. I mean, that's what it takes, is the more awareness, the more we can empower people, and the more we can educate them. Those are all very, 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 very important. And that's what makes the movement.
Creates our community so much stronger. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Meg?
I recently had a mom tell me that no is just one person's answer, and it has really stuck with me. This is a very tenacious mom who keeps going until she finds a support that she needs for her adult son. So there are communities, we exist. I mean, specialty areas and everything you can think of, whether it's helping your kid go to the dentist, as an adult person with autism going to college, or getting support in driving, or talking to your city council person. I make a lot of appointments with the mayor's office to be like, hey, this isn't working. Tell me how to move forward, sort of a thing. So my final thought would be, you don't have to accept your first no. Keep pushing. It's also okay to say, I'm tired, and find someone else to push for you.
That's such great advice, because I think that that's probably a place where a lot of us stop when we hit that first no, or we hit that, like, this was too hard. Like, I don't think I can keep fighting. And we don't look for that person who might take on that battle for us or fight next to us if we need it. So amazing people on our panel today. It's incredible to be able to connect like this, around the globe. Thank you so much for your getting up so early in the morning, Francisco. And we hope that you have a wonderful day in the future and let us know, what it's going to be like tomorrow.
Absolutely. Been a pleasure.
Thank you so much. And I really look forward to staying in touch with you all, Meg and Veronica. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, this has been a wonderful, wonderful panel to be with. So thank you guys. And I hope you'll join us on the other side, excuse me, and view the rest of the today's last panel coming up, the education panel. So thank you guys, and we'll see you next time. See you later. Thank you.
Everyone.
Oh, this has been so much fun. I'm so happy that from the interesting night that, I said I'm going to go to bed early and get a good start, and then I had so much chaos. Isn't that the way it is? I shouldn't have put those expectations up for myself. That's what happened. Expectations lead to disappointment, people. So yeah, don't expect to go to bed early. Plan to stay up all night, then you can go to bed at 9 maybe. So it's so nice. We're going to have our next panelists. I'm going to bring them up with us now. So exciting to meet you for the first time. Thank you so much for being here, Dr. Lamb.
Thank you so much for having me. It's very exciting.
Very exciting. And you are in the UK. Am I
Australia.
correct? Australia as well. Are you at 4:30 or 5:30?
5:30.
Okay. Well, we are I guess so. Francisco, I guess, would have been an hour prior. So yeah, bless your hearts for being here. Thank you. Thank you so much for taking the time and for, getting the courage to wake up to come. And thank you. Hi, Allie. So nice to see you. Oh, your volume. See if you don't look like you're muted. That's okay. We still have somebody else joining us. So now I can hear you.
You can hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, great. Thank you so much for having me today. I apologize.
So fun.
I've been away at a conference all week, and I've now officially lost my voice.
Oh, that's okay. It just sounds a little raspy, Neuro spicy, we'll call it. That's fantastic. I think we still have 2 others that will be joining us. So we'll just kind of hang out for a second and let them log in. Maybe I'll check my messages to make sure nobody is lost out there in the world of technology, right? As it happens so often. Trust everything with technology. Isn't that the case? And I'm building technology, and it's such an exciting and thrilling life, but it's also the most frustrating and problem causing. I don't see that there's any messages. So let's just start out with some introductions. That would be fantastic. Dr. Lamb, tell us a little bit more about you and what brought you here today. And help me pronounce your first name so that I know it correctly.
So call me Siobhan.
Siobhan. Beautiful.
So it's a Gaelic name. I'm not Gaelic, but it's a Gaelic name. My parents loved the name. So I am from Sydney, Australia, and I am a neurodevelopmental educator. So I sit between doctors and allied health care teams and schools to support parents and children that are autistic, ADHD, have a specific learning disorder to thrive in school.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for that, because it's such an important space, and that's really collaborative with all of those moving parts that you have there. Definitely.
Yeah, look, it's a role that requires a certain amount of ability to advocate, an ability to hold everyone's regulation in a room so that everyone's regulated, and the ability to get everyone on the same team. So I often walk into rooms where everyone's already in a team. So get in their own teams, I mean, and against one another. So to get everyone on the same page.
Yeah. Yeah, that's tricky. But thank you. That's good though. I mean, I'm sure that you've found some strategies along the way to help you be able to put those things together. Allie, we're excited to meet you and have you here today. Thanks for all the back and forth we got to do and chatting. And thank you for making yourself available today. We appreciate you so much.
Oh, well, I'm really happy to be here. I'm happy to be here both as founder of Autism and as a parent of 2 kids on the spectrum, as well as a spouse to my husband, who's also on the spectrum. So I live it full circle. And I work as an early intervention specialist. So autism is really my world. And I'm so happy to be here to talk with you today.
No, thank you so much. And I love that our focus that we're going to talk about today, because I mean, all of us start in this journey, whether we're a parent or a student, right? In wanting to really get all that we can out of that education piece. Of course, there are individuals who may not ever be able to have that type of a journey, but we're going to focus today on the education piece and the individuals that are involved in this piece. So focusing on lifelong learning, empowering neurodivergent students, and preparing individuals for meaningful futures, which is so important in today's society. There's I think today more than ever, so many strange and different ways to show up meaningfully in the world, right? Like how I would have never considered that I would be a podcaster or like doing this by any means. But I do remember the moment when my biggest kind of life coach and mentor, big sister, I'm an only child, big sister-esque, person in my life said to me, "What do you love?" I love autism. I want to talk about it, like tell I'm crazy in the wind here. And she said, then that's what you do. That's what you do. That's what you do. You find it. You find whatever space that is, you talk about it. Talk about autism. Do it. Just do it. What did that mean? What did that look like? That took my own curiosity, my own experiences, my own challenges with my family where society was lacking, where my kids were falling through the cracks in their school systems, in the community, where I needed to put things in place, if you will, or maybe create my own resources for them. So I think there's a lot to be said about meaningful places for people to be and how we create those today. And I think that it's really important that we understand, this is just kind of in my notes here, when does learning start and end? And good to remember that learning doesn't end with a graduation. Autism doesn't end at the age of 18. And today's conversations explore education as a lifelong journey of growth with the confidence and creation of how opportunities can be found. So, yeah, with that, how can we pre-education, early intervention, how can that better prepare students for learning? So that early intervention piece, I suppose. Dr. Lamb, how do you feel about that?
So I think as early as we can learn things, the more our system will never enter a trauma state or we have to undo things. So the earlier the better to learn anything. So that's what pre-education can do, or early education. And we use early education to really teach a person about themselves, how they see the world, have a really strong sense of self that you are fantastic. This is how you see the world, and then an understanding of how other people see the world. So I always start as early as possible with Milton's double empathy problem, to really understand that you speak French and they speak English. This is how you can understand a little bit of English. This is how you operate speaking French, and build their sense of self and self-awareness from a very young age.
I love that. That reminds me of a story. I'm going to take somebody else's story from a panel this morning. And she had told a story about growing up in, I think that it was in another country or multiple countries, and having an experience where her mom dropped her off at a family's home. There was a language barrier. I think it was a Japanese language barrier. And the mother and child they spoke Japanese. This other child spoke English. They just dropped her off. And so throughout the day, they tried to do, things that were still meaningful for both of them. Eating, right? No matter what your language barrier, everybody likes to eat. Everybody puts food in their mouths and, can do that. And we can do that together. They went to a park and looked at flowers and things or something. And they went swimming. The point is, the mother, even though there might have been that barrier, still created this living experience, this human experience that everybody could just be a part of. And there didn't need to be a language piece involved. Everybody could still be a part of it. So it just reminded me of that. For some reason that popped back in my head, that kind of creating that space, regardless of how we think someone is going to show up for that space.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I love that. Allie, what do you have to add to that?
Well, first I want to just jump back. I want to just let you know that my favorite saying is, if you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life.
Yes.
And I say this both for myself, because I did not know I was going to dive deep into autism, as even though my background is in education and child development, becoming a parent led me down the path of early intervention and becoming an autism coach. But also for our kids as they get older and we're transitioning into, I know I'm not jumping down to the far end, but I felt like it was important to say, if we follow what they love, they too can have a career in anything that they love. Creating video games, for my son who's obsessed with Pokemon, making new Pokemon and putting it out there. And there's so many jobs out there that we don't know exist or can exist just because you follow what you love. So I'm all for that saying. I'm glad you said that also, because I feel so strongly to it. As for early intervention, I think that it is so important to start from the bottom up. I had two very, very, very different experiences with my kids. I have a 12-year-old, well, almost 12-year-old, and a 7-year-old. And my 12-year-old did not get diagnosed until he was 6. And he did not get any services until he was 6, not for lack of fighting and trying. And as you know, we're always fighting and trying to get them as much as we possibly can. My daughter, on the other hand, because we were already on this journey with my son, she's still getting services at a year. And even though developmentally where they lie on the spectrum is different, where my son falls into what's known as now level 1 and my daughter falls into level 2, you cannot tell the difference between the two of them. Even though she does have higher support needs internally, what she brings to day to the classroom, what she brings with her peers, socializing. She has learned so many foundational skills from such an early stage that she actually surpasses my son with his needs. And I often have to take a step back and remember that he did not get some of those foundational skills, and I have to embed them into everyday learning. So early intervention, I love this area as much as I've been requested to move into older areas. it's so important to just build not just that foundation, but that relationship and that understanding at that early age, and that willingness to learn more and do more. And the relationships that you make with your providers from an early age, I promise you, if you sent them a message, if you sent your early interventionist a message 10 years down the line, a picture of them at graduation, they are going to cry. I get emotional over every student I see that goes on and on and on, no matter where they are, no matter what they're doing. So that relationship, that really sticks.
I agree with that. I think that there's therapists that we could I already, have as follow on all of the social medias, and we stay in touch, and they love to see the progress from the young boy that they worked with to the young man that is today. And I'm going to throw in a little 2 cents in that back into the you can do what you want and really like make it a career for yourself. When my son was 8 and we took him to get an IQ test because he has a photographic memory, he is extremely academically enlightened, and that has been something that's very simple for him in life. But he would be, I would say, as kind of, it's so hard, the levels are so hard between a 2 and a 3 of support needs, though, as far as that goes. So he's our forever kid, I would say, here at home. But during that 8-year-old session, I remember specifically the future teller telling me that he would never have a job, that he would never be a meaningful part of society, that he would never, he would never, all of these things. And I mean, it hit me like a pound of bricks in my gut. Not only that he would consider that my human with incredible abilities couldn't achieve more, since he had already done as much as like no human I'd ever met before had done. No, there's just no way I could even take that advice. And I understood he was coming. My husband saw it completely differently. And maybe that has to do with a lot of like emotional things, right? How we hold our emotions as a female versus a male. He really saw like, oh, he's just giving us guidelines. Like, this is just the logic, and this is what that we needed to know. And I was just like, no way. Like, he could have been so much kinder and dignified, and like he could have made our son's human experience sound much more human and less more never. Like, okay, well, we should just never. What should we do then? He doesn't have there's no chances for him. There's just no chance. It's a horrible way to go into the future with your kid. Now today, he's 16. He loves YouTube. He loves making his videos. And about 4 months ago, after he's on his, I think he has like 13,000 subscribers, 66 million views on his videos, he's been monetized. And I, of course, am the one I'm, going through this process with him and doing things. But here's a kid who could never, right? He could never make his own living. He could never have opportunities in society. He has his own community that he's communicating with on a level that we didn't even understand could be done. He is making money in a meaningful way that he loves. And when I told him that first, moment, like, this is a job. You just got your first job. I am so proud of you. Woohoo! Let's celebrate all of this, the like turning of things within him, of this confidence and this empowerment and this level of like, maybe I don't know what that he didn't outwardly express to me, any of those things were happening, but I hope that inwardly he really had an idea that it was valuable, and it was valuable to more than just himself in his room, that all of these people in the community were also seeing that. So sorry, my put that in there because it's just so crazy how we can go with these ideas from other people, that they give us these limits that our individual human can have. And it's just It's just crazy. Throw that out the window, I guess. And only respectfully, right? To those which it matter. Obviously, if your child has a physical limitation that can't be, changed, don't have expectations that might hurt you down the road. But it's just so hard to say what a human is capable of. That's all. That's my bottom line on that one. But how can, and this is interesting, what strengths should educators be nurturing? And that's kind of interesting too, kind of going back to how I felt that doctor was not very nurturing with me. But how could he have educated that better? What kind of strengths? What do you think about that, Dr. Lamb? Sorry about all that.
So, oh no, it's so great. It's lovely to hear the story. So I'll just go back to Ali's comment that you build on any strength the child shows. So I believe in the 75-25 rule. So you spend 75% of your time on what the child loves and 25% of the time on what the child really does need in order to survive in this world. So look, all three of my children have severe dyslexia. Learning to read was very, very difficult, but a very important process. So that was the 25. And one thing that educators do, which I would really love them to all stop doing, is research has shown that if we have a child that despises reading or writing especially, and we force them to write about their special interest, it actually takes joy out of their special interest rather than helping them with the writing, unless the child themselves is driving the wish to write about their special interest. So it really is important to be comfortable with being led by a child. And then the next thing that I really want to get out there is Susan Baum says teachers and parents need to feel comfortable with asynchronicity. Because if you spend 75% of the time on what the child is good at and 25% of the time what they struggle with, that asynchronicity of what they're good at and what they're struggling with, that gap's going to get bigger. And we as humans like to close gaps, but we have to get more comfortable with the gap, with the asynchronicity, because that is what builds self-esteem. You'll hear kids that are raised like this say, oh, look, yeah, I struggle with that, but I'm awesome at this. Do you want to hear about Pokemon? And that is the most important thing. No matter what you do, you need a child to feel confident about themselves. So just to end, I really like the saying, ask what is strong, not what is wrong.
Love that. Wow, I've never heard that, and I appreciate that saying a lot. I'm going to use that. What do you think about that, Ali, about educators' strengths? What strengths should educators be nurturing?
Well, Dr. Lim, I think you set me up perfectly for what I was going to say, because my son does love Pokemon. And I do think that, like you said, as long as it's led by them, follow their lead. Child-led is so, so important. And there really is a lot more opportunities to actually use their interest in building skills around other subjects and other areas. So during COVID times, we decided to homeschool for a year. And I was still working full time, even though I'm the educator. I was working full time and my husband was home. And he's like, I don't know how you plan on doing this. And what did I do? I just did everything Pokemon. He was really into it and he really wanted to go with it. When I say I did everything Pokemon, I mean like math skills were based around adding up the HP points, and he's learning how to play the actual game. So he's reading the cards, he's reading all the words that he needs to on the video games. And so I'm not forcing him to read, but he's excited and interested in learning to read. And it built his reading skills very fast because he had the buy-in. Science, I was like, there was no way I was going to be doing science. But I was able to find science about Pokemon. So many Pokemon are based off animals, plants, and I just looked up different things for him, and he learned all that he needed to through Pokemon. even when it came to basic household chores or responsibilities and socialization, we did charts where he exchanged Poké dollars. And it was as simple as that, as finding a way for him to have that interest and that buy-in. And it made a world of a difference for us. And it's a lot easier to continue to go through the struggling areas when there's that interest and buy-in. Now, again, we don't want to force them to write about Pokemon if that's going to make them upset about it. But if there's that desire to tell you all about this Pokemon that they learned about, there's it's so empowering. And it was more about getting the words on the paper and sharing my interest right now with you than doing it all right. But then you get the teaching opportunity of that, the smaller percentage of going back in there and being like, oh, wait, is that how you spell this Pokemon's name? I didn't know that. Why do you think those letters are there? And I'm all for following their lead and that high interest. And that interest changes. I can't tell you how many times I invested in Thomas and now Pokemon or Transformers, and it changes, and just following their lead and their interests.
Yeah. And it does change. Oh gosh, it does. I remember DJ loving Sonic for the longest time while it was still super retro and you couldn't find it in any stores but like old record stores. I could find one Sonic something, And then of course, as soon as Sonic became the most worldwide popular movie ever, Gone with the Wind. He never wanted to see another Sonic and everything was available. And it didn't catch on. He did come back to it a couple years later. So that was great because then we could really get all the stuff that was available then, all the costumes and all of the things. But, I always like the joke. I think my kid knows that there's things that aren't available and those are the things he wants. Whatever is completely obscure, that's what I'm after. Kind of like my husband and his idea of sweet treats. He always sends me to the store and asks me to find him the most obscure things. And I'm like, I don't think they sell those in stores. And I think it stopped in 1950 something. But I still look and I'll bring him home whatever he needs. I think that's so funny. When and this is such an interesting question, our next question, how can we better support transitions between school and adulthood? And I think that there's lots of wiggle room and lots of areas there, but it's also a gap that we're just filling. I love that you said humans like to fill the gaps. I think they're, close the gaps. That's wonderful. What do you think about those transitions and how we can better support those time periods, Dr. Lamb?
So the first thing is we are conditioned again as humans. We watch these movies on TV and movies always finish at the end of a big event or big moment. And we start to think that that's the ending, that that's where things end. And we always forget that life goes on past there. So we work towards the climax, we work towards the end, and then we never think beyond that. So we really need to make kids understand that even though you have this big exam, there's always life beyond that exam. So finishing school is not going to be the end point. Navigating life after school is. So that's the first one. The second one, we have to teach them that independence is not doing everything by yourself. Independence is the ability to ask people for help. And that is one of the main things, a definition change, because that is what helps you navigate life. And then the next one is the ability to goal set. So I very much believe there's work that says that the more you externalize things for neurodivergent people, the better. So being autistic, I constantly, when I have clients, I draw things. I may make things in front of them. I make a lot of Lego and use it as a way to externalize thought processes and externalize emotions. So one of the things I externalize is goal setting. So I say, okay, here's this boy and he wants to get to this goal, whatever it is, and there's a brick wall in front of him. We have 3 ways to get through this brick wall. We can either go around it, we can climb over it if I give you a ladder, or we can blow it up. So let's say that brick wall is that the noise is too loud in your music classroom. We can go around it by me pulling you out of your music classroom. But the problem with that is I can't teach you music, and so you miss out on an opportunity you have every right to have. I can give you a ladder, which is I can give you noise cancelling headphones so you can sit in that room. But the problem with that, if you've ever had an adolescent, is most adolescents don't want to look different. They don't want to be different. Or the other one is I can go to the teacher and say, why the hell is this classroom so noisy? And I can blow up the wall. But the important lesson here is that none of these pathways are right or wrong. They all have pros and cons, so they are right or wrong in the moment. And so if we circle back to when, Sarah, you were talking about the levels, one of the things that's really sad is the DSM-5 specifically states that the levels are dynamic, that they change, that they are not fixed. And yet I have seen this movement across the world to use levels as a classification system, which is fixing them.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so we need to, 1, realize that the climax is not the ending. Life goes on, so we always have to think beyond. 2, realize that we are dynamic human beings. So how we deal with challenges will differ from moment to moment. So we need a toolbox. And 3, go back to the idea that independence is asking for help. It is not doing everything on your own.
That's such an important lesson that I don't think anybody, I mean, you are the probably second person to say that today. And the second person to say that, I don't know, you just don't ever hear that enough, that independence doesn't mean you don't ask for help. It doesn't mean you do everything on your own. And that can look so different for everyone, and how to really establish that level of discipline within yourself to be able to ask and understand that that is progressing you and not hindering someone else. That's so important. What do you think about those transitions, Miss Allie?
Well, first, I just want to say I 100% agree with everything that you just said. And it's interesting because I literally today wrote a new goal for my son for the school year about giving him more opportunities to learn how to ask for help. Because sometimes we have to take it even a step further back. Yes, I can tell him ask for help, but we want to give him the tools to know when and how to ask for help. And I'm telling you, maybe 2 hours ago I wrote that. So I'm so glad that you brought that up. I mean, you guys are talking about limiting beliefs. And for me, that's a big passion area of mine. And I mean, Sarah, you were talking about it when your son went to the doctor and they told you for the first time he's never going to be able to do those things. And I think that when we put those limiting beliefs out there, even if it's as simple as he's not going to eat that, I'm just going to give him his own typical chicken nuggets, French fries, when it comes to mealtime, or he's not going to, he's not going to hang out today, or she's not going to be able to do this. When we say these simple things, we are actively putting it out there that it's not going to happen. We're not even giving them the chance. The other thing is, I also want to say that I can't really talk personal experience of what it's like to transition into adulthood because we're not there yet. My oldest is only turning 12 and we're just hitting teenage years. But that being said, I think that we don't wait till they're in high school or till they're graduating. We start teaching all of these skills from an early age. Right now, I'll go back to all those chores, opportunities to earn money, simple things around the house to teach them all the things that they need for real life. In baby steps. I'm not saying, have your 2-year-old, earn money for putting their toys away, but when they hit a little bit older and they start to develop more understanding and more abilities, there's always an opportunity to teach them skills that they can use as they go off into adulthood. Yeah, that's my feeling on
No, I
it.
love that. I love that you said that, because you can really only speak to your own experience. That's all we all have, right? And I, in the same boat, have 16-year-olds and a 14-year-old. However, I do have a 26-year-old who has left the house. So I guess as far as like understanding what that looks like, but it wasn't ever there was never a diagnosis for this individual or support needs or any of those types of things that we would be talking about typically in this type of conversation, other than just regular maybe wishing that this individual would have had more training in what she could have done as an adult, the things that maybe steps she could have taken to make things easier for her and starting her family out and such. So things that those of us who have children, older and younger children, can then say, okay, now we learned that maybe we didn't do all the right steps in this first one. And this last kid, boy, you're going to get all the right steps. No, just joking. We never know if we're always doing everything right. We could be doing everything right that we think, and then they grow up and say, how could you have done that to me? Right. We just never know what it's going to be like, because I think one part of kind of life right now is how much information especially is available to the generations of kids and young adults that wasn't available for us in older generations, and the I guess supports we need to give them, in that they are accessing so much more than we could have ever imagined. So we don't even really know what it's like to be in a day of a teen today kind of thing. So we really have to refer to them, to what those experiences are like, and use that child-led basis to really find out what kind of things we need to put in place for them today in their transitions, right? I think that's important. Stay in touch.
I do want to say one other thing, and that's, I think that for a very long time, there wasn't much representation on TV for what autism looked like later on in any media, right? And now we're seeing so much more of that. And I think it gives us hope as parents, and watching some of these shows with our kids and our teens and young adults, seeing what life can look like past high school. I mean, we were just watching Love on the Spectrum the other day, and my son was just asking me such deep questions because he's presented with opportunities to see adults on the spectrum. He's presented with opportunities to see different areas of people on the spectrum as well now in media. So I think that's actually really helped us over time now.
Yeah. And even if that individual themselves, that's funny you said that too, because my husband and I were just talking about how James reminds us so much of our son, so much. And I don't know that he's ever even watched it or knows what it is or anything. And he may not have that understanding to relate to James, but we can certainly see as his parents kind of that overlay of that the thinking processes and just the speaking what's the word I'm looking for? Anyways, yeah, the flow in which you speak. I can't think of the word for it. I'm sure you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. But it's incredible that there is so much more representation, and I think we're growing it, and it's getting better. What role do confidence and self-advocacy play in learning? That's an interesting question. What do you think about that?
So confidence changes a person's willingness to engage. It changes their defensiveness, And it actually also decreases demand avoidance if they have any demand avoidance. So confidence is extremely important in being able to move forward, because it is the building block of what we draw on when we're uncomfortable and gets us through those uncomfortable moments. So it's of absolute paramount. I wrote here to mention, so Ali's comment that she teaches how her son can ask for help is extremely, extremely important, because it is important for us to teach them that asking for help is a skill set, not a failure of personality. And we can build on skills. Everyone can build on skills to the day that they die. So you take it away from a hard personality trait to a skill set. Exactly the same as if I circle back to support levels should be movable. They ebb and flow. No, nothing should be set in stone, and we really need to be teaching our kids not to set things in stone. And then I wrote one more thing here, that advocacy is built on self-knowledge, and knowledge of self is built on self-awareness. So again, if you go back to my first answer, we really need to teach kids how to understand themselves and then understand the world around them. And you might teach them, look, I don't say you have to speak English, but if you could understand a word or two here, that could help you navigate. And it's up to you whether you use those words or not, but an understanding of self, a deep understanding of self, an understanding of others, and then how to put those together. And can I just say one thing? I really love, I am autistic. I'm very much a member of the autistic community. I really love how we have more representation. The problem is, I only watched one season of Love on the Spectrum. Firstly, I really didn't like it because I found it infantilized autistics. And I do not want to be infantilized ever. I am an adult. And how dare you treat me like a child? And how they treated I forget the man's name, but when he liked someone, oh, isn't that dear? Isn't that sweet? He's an adult. Would you say that about another adult? And we often get infantilized, and it is something that really irks us. And then the next thing, and look, I will say that we do have neoteny. So neoteny is a love for childhood things. So most autistics, if you look at my room, that I'm like, if I showed you my room, it is surrounded by Disney and Lego. I do love Disney and Lego. Okay. And most autistics do have this sense of curiosity that most adults lose, which should be applauded, but should not be infantilized.
Yes.
And then just one more, and I would happy to have a discussion on this, but I am not on the spectrum. I do not dangle on a line. I am autistic, and being autistic gives me a sense of identity and a sense of self. It is not a label. It is not a diagnosis. It is who I am. It gives me community. It gives me support.
I love that you said that. I think that that's something that I feel intrinsically when I got, my identification, and it was so relieving to finally be able to say, this is my human experience. It's okay that it didn't look like what you expected it to be as a parent or teacher, friend, or whatever. Like, this is how I'm experiencing it. You're welcome to join me on this journey to learn more about me and all of the quirks and fun things that come along with it. But it's not something that, like you see, needs to be minimized. It doesn't need to be conceptualized like, oh, well, that means that she must like Disney too then, right? Yeah, well, yes, I do. No, but in fact, it doesn't mean anything. It just, who are you as a person? Let's come back to humanic. Let's come back to just being okay that we all are here. We all are born. We all have that in common. And how much more like this life is so different for everyone's experience. And I don't know where there was ever like this box or this checklist or this normal setting on a dryer that everyone decided they had to be in that spot. Like, and society had to be in that spot. Like, I don't know where that came from. They never came to me for advice on that. I didn't give my permission to be included in any of that business. So yeah, I think that's so crazy, isn't it? Sorry.
Thank you.
Oh, absolutely. Allie, what do you think about those things?
Well, you probably saw my expression when I was like, oh my God, I love what you're saying right now. So I really believe that that self-advocacy and confidence go hand in hand. They lead one right into the other. From the day I fully understood and knew that my son was on the spectrum, I was giving him that language. From day one, I was explaining to him why certain things were difficult for him. I was validating everything that he was feeling and going through. Not that I could understand, although with everyone in my life being on the spectrum, I also went to see if maybe I was, because I'm like, everyone's living this life. And maybe I'm living something different too. I'm not. I'm ADHD, and I am very, very neurospicy as well. But understanding where you are and who you are, and it's okay to be who you are, whether it is, being autistic, being ADHD, dyslexic also here. So it really helps you to discover who you are and where you see yourself fitting. And I mean, my crew, my what's my community, like, it's who understands me. And right now, today, as I have young kids, my crew is my family, like other parents that are going through this journey. But as my kids are going through this and becoming more, going more inside to who they are and understanding who they are, they come out of their shells. And I have to tell you guys that the conference that I was at, it was just full of families with kids with all different needs, but a lot of them with autism, and our kids were in camp together, and seeing them be with other kids who accept them 100% for who they are builds that confidence, builds that self-advocacy. I saw things my kids did this weekend that I haven't seen them ever do before. And I know that I'm not the only parent to understand that and see that, but being able to be yourself and being able to say, I need this or I want this, it builds off each other.
Absolutely. Community is so important. And sometimes when we're, and I think it's important in all different types of areas, whether you need a grief community or you need a community for, a wheelchair access. And there's just so many different groups and communities and places you can find with those like-minded individuals who really provide for me that intellectual stimulation that I desire so much to have in conversations with people, or else I'll info dump on somebody and they'll be super overwhelmed with that. But some people can handle it, it's incredible. And it's all about finding those, those communities, those friends, those people who you can really count on in these times, especially when you have teenagers or you're in transitions and you're questioning, like, oh my gosh, what now? I only have a year and a half left to get guardianship over this individual. What does that look like? What steps should I be taking now? Like, maybe there's somebody who's listening and could put in the comments, okay, here you go. This is the next, here's the step I'm going to be taking for this. But it's if you don't ask, you'll never know, right? You won't find out. But I think that going back to that confidence, and for my own experiences with a child, I grew up in a sense where I didn't have a lot of self-confidence or self-value or worth. And it was really difficult for me to understand how would I give that to an individual, like a beautiful daughter who I would give birth to later on in life. How would I possibly turn this, give her those things that I didn't feel like I had access to for myself? And starting off right at the beginning by saying, like, you love you more than anyone. You never love your mom or your grandma or anybody. You do you first. You're number one. And I really was like, what kind of individual will this create for this? What kind of space can this person hold for themselves? What kind of things? And it's just I admire her more than most people just in the world. And she's only 14, and I can't wait to see the kind of more person and individual that she'll become with this kind of confidence. And the fact that we took some time out of school where we were really struggling with bullying and things with other individuals. It wasn't even an educational part that we needed to leave for, which was super disappointing. But in the next kind of upcoming time, I made sure that I spent a lot of time talking about inner discovery, discovering who you are, discovering how you approach others, how you ask for help, just like you said, practicing what are your needs, really, like practicing talking about how you feel at every moment. If you're in a relationship someday, that other person is going to want to know, if they can tell that you're off, that you're having a feeling. And if you're not comfortable expressing yourself and knowing that it's okay to say what's on your mind and what you're feeling, you won't do that. I'm hopeful that this person will express themselves completely and always have boundaries set where she needs them to be for that reason. So that's my hope for building confidence in individuals. And I hope it works. I hope that I see, a different outcome for her than I kind of had to feel like I had to fight for in my 30s and 40s. Not to age myself at all. I'm only 20 something, of course. Just joking. But it's incredible how that happens, that advocacy and the confidence piece. You guys are so right about that. How do we create educational environments where every student belongs? And I'm really interested to hear your take on that, Dr. Lamb, with that you're in with all of those different administrators and things like that.
So, look, Crenshaw said something really interesting. She said that identity isn't a self-contained unit. It is built by your relationship with others and your relationship with the environment. So you need to split that question up into two: others and the environment. So when we look at others, I'm going to give you a little story about a student I once taught. He was 14 years of age, and he came to me one day angry. So this kid is twice exceptional, so very, very high IQ and autistic, ADHD, specific learning disorders. And he came to me angry and he said, my God, if that man does this again, I'm going to spit on him. And I said, oh, that man's actually the deputy head, so let's not do that. But what's wrong? And he said, I am so sick of him saying that he cares for and understands autistic students. If you care for autistic students, where are the autistic adults around here? You can't say you care about the kids if you don't care about the adults. And I said, mate, what am I, chopped liver? I'm sitting in front of you. And he said, oh, Dr. Lamb, if you don't realize you're here in spite of your autism, not because of it, you have less self-awareness than I thought you had. You're here because you do a job no one else can do. If they could get someone that's not autistic to do it, you'd be out the door. And so the first step is surround the environments with other autistic adults. Have these kids have role models all around them. The more autistic adults there are, the more open and safe other autistic adults will be to tell you they are autistic.
Yep.
So that's the first step, is people. And as a parent, as an educator, please keep your own ego at the door. Be curious. Don't take a child not flourishing in the environment as a personal failure. Take it as a personal sort of endeavor. How do I help this child in this environment? How do I change this environment?
Yeah.
Not how do I get this kid to fit in, but how do I change the environment? And I'm going to end this part on a poem my child wrote. So my eldest child, who's now 20, when he was 14, he wrote a poem and he said, "I am autistic. When I'm at home, the environment has been designed by both myself and my parents with my processing in mind. At home, I am not disabled. I enjoy life, socialize, and excel at what takes my interest. When I leave my house, there are many barriers and attitudes that affect me more than my friends, which make me feel that I am not welcome, not included, and thus I opt out of participation. This could be as simple as the harsh lights, people jostling, or the noise of multiple conversations around me. When I leave my house, I become disabled. The teachers at school try to support me, but they discuss accommodations and how I need support, what they need to do for me, which makes me feel like a burden. I don't want to feel like a burden. I don't like feeling like a burden. So again, even though the teachers are trying, I opt out of participation. The teachers would prefer to live in a world where people like me don't exist. They're not even aware of this, but I am. With all of the, "You're doing so well now, people wouldn't even be able to tell you're autistic." Imagine if they said to my Asian friend, "You're doing so well now, people wouldn't even be able to tell you're Asian." Now, I leave you with this because this is a 14-year-old explaining to you that trying to make him fit in the environment is worse than not doing anything. We need to change the environments, have role models, have the question of how do we change the environment, not how do we make the child fit.
100%. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. It was beautiful. I love that you shared that with us today. And I think that when we hear those types of kind of perceptions, we can really help a huge community or a huge number of people, population, to understand kind of what's going on. And that's just one mindset of one 14-year-old. Can you imagine if those same thoughts were happening to multiple people in that room or in that space all at once? So yeah, wow, that's incredible. Thank you. Thanks for sharing that. I appreciate that. Allie,
I don't know if I can follow that.
Right? Where's our poems? We're gonna get our poems out.
I mean, in my mind, I was after you asked the question, Dr. Lamb, you literally said the words that were in my mind out loud, because I was really going to just say belonging isn't about making every child fit into the environment. It's really about changing the environment for our children. And sometimes that's as simple as being really mindful of placement, of where your students are sitting in the classroom, being mindful of the things that we call accessible for our kids, providing a sensory box in the back of the classroom or headphones all the way at the front, where you have to walk across the entire classroom while the teacher is speaking. you think the anxiety isn't going to kick in and they're just going to not get it. And speaking from personal experience with my own kids who have needed headphones, but were too uncomfortable, embarrassed, or anxious to get up and pick it up, or teachers who say that, you can have the sensory toy after you complete your assignment. Are we really making it accessible for our kids? Are we really making this environment that they feel safe, heard, seen, and comfortable? I feel like as educators, as environments, whether it's not just school, but even in buildings and places, there is so much more out there that we can do to just think outside the box. How can we make this a little bit more accessible to everyone else? And once you start getting down the road.
Ali, can I just add something to that? You just made me think of, you are so right. And the understanding that we have fluctuating capacity. So even though we could do it yesterday, we can't do it today. So this understanding of fluctuating capacity, so to make everything as accessible and easy as possible actually negates and helps us with that fluctuating capacity.
Yeah. And off of what you're saying, I often find teachers have that idea that, oh, you were able to do it today, so you can do it tomorrow. You didn't need the headphones for 3 weeks, but now all of a sudden you need the headphones again, or you'll need a goal on an IEP. And then all of a sudden the teachers are frustrated that you're not able to meet the goal anymore because they take away all of the support that helped you meet the goal.
Yeah. Crazy. This has been really, really valuable, and a lot of amazing experiences and thoughtfulness and wonderful questions and answers for today. I can't believe that it's already 2:30, and how did this time fly by right here? What excites you most about the future of education? And if you could share one piece of advice with every educator watching today, what would it be? Sorry to squeeze those things in for you guys.
What excites me the most is that we are actually getting more and more neurodivergent voices in the mix. That is what's the most exciting. So more and more neurodivergent adults and professionals are feeling safe enough to out themselves in a public arena, out themselves at schools. And that is supporting students unbelievably because they see role models. So that's what excites me the most. One piece of advice is to get curious before you get corrective. To just increase your curiosity. And then the second one is get comfortable with asynchronicity. Get comfortable with the fact that everybody's different. Get comfortable. Just be able to sit there as the adult with not knowing everything. And so I'd just like to end on one thing. When we give talks at home, we often start with an acknowledgement to country. And I thank the Aboriginal people of the land and their leaders, both past and present. But I mainly thank the future leaders of the Gadigal people of the Aurora Nation, who are my students, who sat with me and went through that very uncomfortable feeling of helping me go from a position of not knowing to knowing. And that is much harder when the not knowing person is an adult and the knowing person is a child. And this is what I would really like for everyone, is the ability to have everyone feel comfortable with that uncomfortableness of the adult being the unknowing and the child being the knowing.
Yes. I love that. I think I've learned so much by following the lead of my children. They've taught me so much about myself, about themselves, about the environment, about what needs to change in the world, about what's working in the world, what's going to be the future of things. So thank you so much. And I honor your space and your time, and so much of everything you've brought today. Not so much everything that you've brought with you today. Don't forget before we leave to make sure to leave any links or websites, socials in the comments so that everybody can make sure to find you guys and reach out if they have any questions. Allie, we'll finish it off with your final thoughts here on this.
Well, I think that we're finally in a place where schools are starting to be more open to understanding and questioning what else is going on. I've often seen when people come to me with a whole alphabet of letters of different diagnoses, kids getting kicked out of schools, programs, and really now we're starting to see finally people opening up to understanding that other things are going on and, open to the idea that getting a diagnosis is not the end game. It's just the beginning. The beginning could be as early as early intervention, and hopefully it is, because then you get the support early on. Getting a label today is not like what it used to be back then. And I hate that term, getting a label, because I talk about how you can often now you go for an appointment and you're told one thing, and then you go for another appointment and they delete what they originally said and put in something new. But being open to discovering what else is going on with a student. So I guess my final thoughts, my takeaway is behavior is communication. And sometimes we're just missing that communication. And we need to take a step back to really think, what are we missing and what are they trying to communicate to us?
Love that. Curiosity all comes back down to that curiosity piece, right? And really, what are we questioning? How are we staying in that space of questioning things in a curious way, not in a judgy way, or okay, maybe if you have to in a judgy way, if it's good reason, but otherwise, staying really curious and how we
Sarah, can I just add one thing?
Of course, oh my heavens.
I know that Allie is great and understands what she's saying, but the behaviors communication confuses educators. I really want to add that it can be communication to the child as well, because behavior can come directly from the nervous system.
Love that.
And the child might not be aware of it. So it's not always conscious communication. Mm-hmm. It is often unconscious communication.
That's really great to emphasize that. And there's so much more to learn and so much more to, to help our families and things out there. Allie, you're right there.
I know. I love that you brought that up, because I think probably where you live, PDA is probably a little bit more known about and discussed, because in the US, it's not really discussed heavily. And I know it's very hard to get people on board with understanding that oftentimes a behavior is not intentional. It is communication, but not intentional to what others are thinking it is. And sometimes oftentimes it is a nervous response. And I'm actually very grateful to have had the support teams that I've had for my children who are open to hearing this, and the schools, the therapists, families that are willing to take a step back from the tradition of what they've always known and what they've always heard, to understanding that, yes, communication or behavior is communication, but it might not be the communication you think it is. And there are other ways to figure out, but keep looking and keep questioning what else could be going on. Because once you kind of put the pieces together, you'll know because things will just click in, and you'll be like, for me, I'm always like, how did I miss that? How did I not realize? I mean, I told my son to leave a voicemail for his father today, and he's getting all antsy in the backseat. And I'm like, what's wrong? And he called him again, and he finally tells me, I don't know how to leave a voicemail. I'm like, of course you don't know how to leave a voicemail because you've never had to leave a voicemail before. You probably never even heard the word voicemail until 3 times in this last 2 minutes. So taking that moment to really be curious, because I thought he needed the bathroom. I was ready to pull over on the nearest gas station. And I'm grateful that he was able to eventually tell me, but really recognizing that communication and behaviors aren't always 100% aligned, but at the same time, they're both there to tell us something as the caregivers, as the parents, as the teachers, as friends, other peers. Looking for the signs from your friends is the same,
And Ali, you just hit on the second most common misunderstood part of PDA, which is that demands are not always apparent to the observer. That most demands that we struggle with are actually internal to us. And that goes all the way back to what we've all said is remain curious, because you will not, as the observer, see 95% of the iceberg. Yeah. Remain curious.
I just have to laugh because I just made a joke earlier in another panel today that sometimes I have to step back and really laugh at myself and realize how much demand avoidance I've done to myself, that I have set these things in my mind and then I break my rules because how dare I be constrained? What? You're breaking your own rules. What are you doing? And then I realize I'm demand avoiding myself.
Sarah, I was sitting on the couch probably 6 months ago, and half of my brain said to the other half, get up, you're hungry. And I literally couldn't get up for an hour and a half. I sat there with my stomach grumbling because how dare half of my brain. Now, if you had been an observer, you would have noticed nothing. There was no observable signs of what demand I was avoiding. Yeah. But I had no control as an adult and as a pretty successful functioning adult of going against that demand. That was all in my own head.
Yeah, I love that.
So you've summed it up well.
And it's nice to have relatability. It's nice to feel like you're not the struggle, that you're not on the struggle bus and doing all of the things by yourself. Thank you guys so much for putting those things into the comments. And Francisco says behavior, communication, meaning, and intention are not the same. And we need to make sure that we really resonate with those things and remember it is like putting a stew together. You wouldn't just serve the broth. There would be nothing there. Right? We got to add all these other parts to it to make it an actual stew. And that comes with our curiosity of understanding that there are so many different complexities and moving parts to a human's experience, and narrowing it down to just one idea of how we can figure that out is pretty silly, I think. But we try our best, right? We'll go from what we learned earlier. When we know better, we do better. There we go. That's our rule of thumb. Well, ladies, it's been so wonderful to have this time with you, kind of intimately, and just be able to do this panel. And I am so sorry about our other panelists. I'll have to look back and make sure that they're okay and maybe didn't have time frames, the bane of existence, time zones. Thank you so much for your times today. This is the end of day 3 and the end of the education panel for today. Thank you both so much for your time and coming at 5:30 a.m. Thank you, Dr. Lamb. Bless your heart. And Allie,
no
I
worries.
don't know where you're at.
Beg your pardon?
Oh, I was asking Allie, where are you even at? I didn't ask you.
Oh, I'm in Pennsylvania, but we've been doing a lot of traveling from one place to the next.
Oh, I was just watching your weather in your background and wondering where it was stormy at. So
yeah, we say that in Pennsylvania, whenever you're here, pack for all 4 seasons. You never know what you're going to get.
Right? Just wait 45 minutes and it'll change to another weather system.
Yep. I mean, it hailed the other day and then it's like 100 degrees. So
exactly. Oh my heavens. definitely some crazy weather patterns happening. So they need a behavioral therapist. I think we need to get weather pattern. Thank you guys so much for your time and your beautiful stories and experiences. And it's just such an honor to have you join me here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah. Bye. Well, there we are. One more day of our 1 in 31 Connection Autism Summit 2026. Thank you so much for our sponsors. Just an incredible way to show up to support the autistic community, to support these summits, to support the what I'm doing here. And thank you, Francisco. It was amazing to learn from you as well, and to be able to connect. And what just a lucky experience to have, to bring all of these people from around the world to this one place where we can all learn and share with them together. So such a meaningful thing. Thank you so much, Dr. Lamb, for being here, and Allie, for all of our panelists. I have to go through all the names. Thank you all for your time. And just remember that each of these individuals volunteered their time to be here to help move the needle in education, awareness, and understanding for the autistic community. Whether you are an autistic individual yourself, a parent, an educator, administrator, caregiver, whatever position or role that you fill, please know that you are always welcome to join us here at the SG Childs Global Network, that you're always welcome to reach out to me to connect, to make any connections with any of our panelists. If you want to get more information about services or resources that they may provide, please don't hesitate to reach out. I'm here for you all, and you're all welcome in our community, because SG Childs is building communities of inclusion. And I'm sorry, my thing is flipped around, so hopefully y'all can read backwards. But have a wonderful afternoon, and we'll see you back here tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Mountain Time for our final day of the 1 in 31 Connection Autism Summit. And coming up next is going to be one of our pre-recorded sessions, an hour long of, I believe there's 4 individuals, advocates, that are in today's afternoon sessions. So please make sure that you come back in about 12 minutes to see them. And we are going to head out for the afternoon here on our live panels and say goodbye. And thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you very soon.